centering on how numerous scandals have both occurred and been handled in recent years. It will, of course, look at the firing of Sharon Moore. That will be a big focus. The investigation will be handled by a Chicago-based law firm that has done business with the school in recent years, including conducting the investigation earlier this fall into whether Moore was having an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. At the time, both Moore and the staff member denied the relationship. They said there wasn't enough evidence to basically confirm that it was going on. Obviously, that changed when the staff member came forward.
And at the time, too, their phones were inspected, I believe, and they didn't find anything in there.
I would imagine they would be if you're conducting an investigation into whether a relationship was going on. You'd want to see if there was any messages shared between the two. Or
I don't think I would just trust, oh, no.
Right. You would need to dig a little deeper to make sure. So anyway, that all changed. We know when the staff member came forward and confessed, we kind of all know what happened after that. We have learned now that he has been charged with home invasion, which is a felony, stalking and breaking and entering. The prosecuting attorney says that he barged into the staffer's apartment, went right to the kitchen drawer, grabbed several butter knives and a pair of scissors, threatened to kill himself, and obviously was blaming the woman for ruining his life. He was ordered to post a $25,000 bond, wear a GPS tether. He also cannot leave the state without permission and is prohibited from contacting the victim. His next court date will be January 22nd.
Butter knife, huh?
Butter knives. That's correct.
Not the sharpest tool in the drawer.
It is, in fact, not.
Butter knives, yes. In more serious news, a gunman killed 2 people and injured 9 others after opening fire at Brown University's engineering and physics building on Saturday. Police had detained a person of interest and a shelter-in-place order for the school and the nearby community was lifted. However, that person of interest, who was identified as a 24-year-old man named Benjamin Erickson, has been released, which means the shooter is still on the run. Police say that they did not find enough evidence to charge him with the crime, and he is no longer a person of interest in the case. When people have questioned police as to why is this taking so long, they said that there just wasn't enough cameras in that building, and the cameras that were there didn't capture the shooter. He was seen wearing all black, basically scurrying down a street following the shooting, and that's sounds like all they've got. Yeah. So, of course, everything remains under investigation. As for the school, it was exams going on. The exams have been canceled for the rest of the semester. Students are urged to travel home for winter break. In better news for all of us, the Powerball jackpot has surged to a whopping $1.1 billion after no ticket matched all 6 numbers in Saturday night's drawing, which means the big jackpot is up for grabs. It could be anyone's.
What's it up
Good
to?
news that it's still available, still in the game.
Yes.
Bad news, I didn't win on Saturday.
True, but now you could win more. Somebody in Michigan did win $1 billion, which is pretty cool. The ticket was sold at the Court Street Party Market in Sheboygan.
Oh, wow.
So somebody did win big. Obviously, the next drawing is tonight, so go get your tickets and good luck.
Mm-hmm.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, talking more with Lions fans after tough loss. It's 97-1.
America's favorite place to watch any level of football, any sport, in fact, is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. That means you can be poolside, you can be taking laps in a cabana. Got a great view no matter where you are. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Playing the blame game on what's not a victory Monday. Why? Why did the Lions lose that game? 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls, read your texts. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Let's get to Rob in Gibraltar. Rob, good morning.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about coaching a little bit. So I think that, like, I've been listening to you guys. I listen to you guys all the time, but the last couple of weeks, I think a lot of the blame has gone to the players and Brad Holmes just across the radio station, it seems. Mm-hmm. And I love Dan Campbell. I think he's a great leader. But I don't think he's a great play schemer and, like, at game time coaching decisions. And I think we see it now that we're missing Ben Johnson. All the games against great teams, we've gotten out coached. And I think you gotta put that blame on Dan Campbell. Like, when we're going for it 3 times in a row, we're giving it to Gibbs. I understand Gibbs is amazing. He's explosive. He's one of the best running backs probably ever. He's going to go down as. But why are we giving him the ball 3 times in a row? Like, when we're down and we need an explosive play, especially when St. Brown, and we've been waiting years for Jay Mullet to start going off, and he's going off, and we do the exact same thing 3 times in a row. He's done that a few games now. And so I just think, for me, I think most of the blame needs to go on the head coach.
So there's plenty of blame to go around, and I don't necessarily disagree in regards to, I think he is a tremendous leader. I think he is a guy that should be the CEO of the team, and I think where the bad decision happened was, or at least now in hindsight, is the fact that John Morton was not a great hire as OC, and now Dan Campbell, between the two, is the better play caller. I don't want it to go back to John Morton, but I also don't necessarily want Dan Campbell to be calling the plays. I think he's done a fine job, and I don't think the reason they lost yesterday was because of the offense. I think he is better as the CEO on the sideline, being a part of the game plan up until game time, obviously making the decisions when it matters most, when to go for it, what you're calling on 4th down, but getting there, I think, is best handled by an OC.
Yeah, I agree with that, and like I said, I love Dan Campbell. I think he's a great leader, and but he picks the offensive coordinator, and he took over he took over on it, and I saw glimpses of him being creative and running our offense the right way, like against the Cowboys, and he doesn't use Monty barely at all. Like, you have the playbook how Ben Johnson ran it. He ran it the right way. All you have to do is do really similar to what Ben Johnson did, but he tries to just ground and pound it and not be creative enough. And I just feel like if he changed it up a little bit and played a little bit more creative, I think our offense is good enough to where we could have won that game.
Well, Rob, and just in counter that, I don't think you can just cut and paste from game to game, year to year, because your personnel is different. And in fact, I might say, when you say, hey, he likes to ground and pound it, like, that's what Ben Johnson liked to do. That was what created great success for this team the last couple of years. The problem is you can't do that because you don't have that offensive line. And I'm not just saying the personnel.
Yeah.
You don't need the exact same guys, but you're not as good up front as you were the last couple of years.
And it's been said a million times, but Ben knew it. What's the first thing he did when he got to Chicago? Hey, if I want to go for it on 4th down, if I want to run the football, set up play action, help my quarterback who has another gear.
He went to Atlanta and got the best center. Yeah. He went to Kansas City and got Tooney at left guard.
Yeah, and then they still added another guard.
Yeah.
So they knew right away we got to secure the middle of our offensive line, and it's going to allow us to play the kind of football Ben Johnson wants to play. Well, in Detroit, we're the opposite side of that coin. We let that position group erode. Now we can't do all the things we want to do. Some of the texts coming in. Guys, I'm so upset right now as a Lions fan because the NFC is so flippin' wide open. This debacle is on Brad Holmes and the personnel selections that he took in the draft this year and the lack of free agent moves he made this year. This was the window year to make all the free agent moves, and his stubbornness cost the team their best chance at a Super Bowl win. distraught fan, Leo. Guys, I'm sick of this Lions team. Yesterday, the season ended for me. As far as I'm concerned, the Lions are on the clock. Be curious to see what capital Brad Holmes wastes on another project. On the game itself, guys, exactly. The defense allowed the Rams to get a field goal before the half. The game was lost because of the defense. I put the blame on defense.
So let me just give you some numbers since the Philly game. Because after the Philly game, we're looking at that going, all right, 16 points against the Eagles, even though the Eagles' offense was sputtering, especially at that time, and they only gave up 270 yards-ish.
Yeah, felt pretty good about them.
All right, since then.
Oh, boy.
The Giants, the powerful offense that is the Giants, 517 yards, 27 points. Green Bay, 359 yards, 31 points. Dallas, 417 yards, even though it was a win, 30 points.
Yeah.
And then obviously the Rams, 519 total yards, 41 points, for an average of 32, just over 32 points per game and over 450 yards per game. That's what the defense has given up.
I'd like to single out a player who wasn't on the stat line yesterday. Elaine McNeil. Where are you? Are you going to help against the run at all? Have you done anything since the Tampa Bay game? And, you got paid. When did he get that? Was that this offseason?
No, it was the year before.
Okay. Again, maybe a premature pay. Seriously, we have got to look at some point here. And
the wild card is the knee injury, right? Because he got paid and he was good. Even after he got paid last year, what did we talk about? He was really good. Then the knee injury happened.
Right, but they pay out in front because they want to get a little bit of a deal on it. They did the same thing with Kirby. You're getting nothing out of these guys. You paid these guys to contribute to this team. That game's different yesterday if McNeil's producing. What's wrong with him? He did nothing yesterday.
Yeah. And the other thing I would say, too, is he's a rookie, but it's late in the season. Tyleik Williams was this team's first-round pick, and the one selling point to him, the thing that felt most translatable, was him as a run stopper. That was one of the worst run defensive performances they've had in years.
I don't get, this team should be able to stop the run. I get the secondary problems.
Yeah, I understand missing two safeties in a corner and Stafford, he's going to have some plays through the air, and he did. But to get run like that with a healthy front seven?
I mean, the theme of the text today is mostly on Brad Holmes. I know we've been getting some calls on the offense, and there's things to nitpick with that. But Pascal, Onwuzurike, Davenport, the blood of this defense, the blood is on Brad Holmes' hands, period. End of story. And he's not getting enough criticism.
Look, if you want to talk about the game, the defense gave up too many yards and too many points and put the offense in a position where they had to be near perfect. It should start with the defense. I am not letting the offense off the hook, though. When a game turns into a racetrack shootout and you take 4 possessions off, the offense can't be blameless today. I'm sorry. If that's supposed to be the strength of this team and that's the type of game it's going to turn into, and you just don't come out of halftime, you just stay in the locker room offensively, you will be getting some of the blame today. Oh, they scored 34 points. Needed more. Can't come up empty. 248-539-9797. The point is there's plenty of blame to go around because we've had people talking about Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, and you want to single out players, the side of the ball. There's plenty to go around, but I think just the big picture of all of this is they had another golden opportunity to plant a flag and get back in the race for a Super Bowl, and they lost. And now their chances of making the playoffs are in serious jeopardy right now. Forget about the Super Bowl. They got a lot of work to do to even make the playoffs. They have to do something they haven't done in 2 months. String together wins. It's 97-1. Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet. This is much more uplifting. Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. They've got the 2026 Equinox LT. It's sporty, it's efficient, it's ready for every weekend, and you can lease one for $199 a month, $19.99 down. Find yours, MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They'll take care of you. Moran Chevrolet on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Get to full weekend overreact, Jim's at 7:02. Get more of your phone calls, read more of the texts, talking more about that game. Guys, my blame points straight to Brad Holmes. He's the architect of the offense and defensive lines. He's yet to address the other edge. It's bit us in the ass, and he has an offseason to fix it, or he's on the hot seat. We need to talk about the fact that Hutch hasn't once taken over a game this season. When the secondary's cooked, you need Hutch to take over.
I thought he was applying some pressure early on. They were able to block him up in the second half. And obviously, I mean, you want to try and take over a game. Interception return for 58 yards is a good start.
Defensive line is trash. I'm not going to fight it. Dude, like, here's the thing. Their front seven was healthy. We could talk about missing Branch and Joseph and Terrion Arnold. They had Campbell, they had Barnes, they had Anzalone, they had McNeil, they had their first-round pick in the middle in Tyleik Williams, they got DJ Reader, and then on the edge, they have everybody that allegedly was good enough. We're good. They had everybody in their front seven.
Well, and
they got bullied.
And they had opportunities, even on the that great catch that Tutu Atwell made.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Campbell, finish the sack. Like, don't allow him to just duck underneath and shed you. Matt Stafford, like, you had him there. You dial up blitzes, and everybody wants to say, okay, well, how does Parkinson have 5 catches for 75 yards? If you blitz and you're adding in linebackers, you are at risk of losing a tight end.
Yep.
You got to get home. You've got to be able not just rush the passer or, hey, pressure him. You've got to be able to get him on the ground. And that's been tough for anybody that has played the Rams this year. Going into the game, only been sacked 17 times. But when you have your chances, you've got to get him on the ground.
Guys, the defense was terrible, but the offense needs to be able to run the ball, and that stunk yesterday. To this text point, Lions had a 10-point lead at one point in that game, a 7-point lead at the half, and ran for 2.5 yards a carry from halftime on.
And if you have a 10-point lead, I wouldn't expect that the discrepancy between run and pass would be 41 passes to 20, like a 2-1.
Yeah.
I would expect it to honestly be the other way around.
And I understand mechanically, logically, the offense doesn't blow leads. They don't give up any points. They didn't throw a pick 6 or a fumble 6, but you have to keep serve. In a game like that with a quarterback like that on the other side, if you go punt, punt, punt to start the second half, if you don't score a touchdown in the second half until you're down 14, the offense didn't hold up their end of the bargain too. And I know that's people are going to hear that and think, well, they scored 34 points. You watch the game. We all watch the game. You got to keep pace. They fell flat on their face. They ran out of gas. They let the other team just go marching up and down the field with no answer. You got to answer in a game like that. I don't like that it turned into a shootout. Clearly, you put the most blame on the defense. But if you can't keep up in a shootout, the offense isn't blameless. 248-539-9797. Gov was all jacked up last week. The Lions were going to win, even invoking the disco. Lions are going to make noise in the playoffs. All caps. Wrong.
Well, for a half.
They were just going at
until they had to give up a field goal in 30 seconds.
Yep.
Actually, they came out and played the way I thought they would. I expected exactly what they did, and it wasn't sustainable because the offense had to be perfect, and the defense just blows. I mean, you bring up the Campbell play. It's plays like that change the outcome. It gives the Lions a chance late in the game to potentially win.
So are you
The run defense is something I didn't see coming.
Right. But are we going to stop selling like they can go on a run in the playoffs?
No. So what we were, I know Gov had some fun during the picks, right? But I think what, for the most part, we were selling was that was a hope game.
Mm-hmm.
If they won that game, it gave you hope that, 1, they would make the playoffs, and 2, they could beat a good team on the road because that's what they're going to have to do in the playoffs.
So the flip side is if you lose a hope game, hope is lost.
Hope is lost, and Lions fans are still going to have hope. A lot of them. I know some people said season's over yesterday. I am upset that they lost. They still can make the playoffs. You need help, but you could still make the playoffs. It's a long shot. It's just like if you get into the playoffs to get a win, it's a long shot, but that's why you play the games, because you might be able to get it. So the hope is, not as hopeful as we were, but there's always going to be some hope.
4-1 was on the table before yesterday. I think it still is. Why you're swinging far from that? You don't think it's because all of a sudden you don't think they can win back-to-back games because they haven't for eight.
I don't think that. I've watched that for a couple months.
3-1 was on the table. You said 4-1. 3-1 was on the table. Yeah. I know what you meant.
I know what you meant too. No, look, I just think you have so many chances to show, hey, we're gonna have a backbone. The buck stops here. We're going to go on our run. It starts against the Eagles. It starts at home on Thanksgiving. It starts in L.A. against the Rams. And the reality, they've shown us time and time again. John, when someone tells you who they are,
believe them.
Believe them.
Right.
I'm going to believe that they're not good enough.
Okay, good enough to win a Super Bowl? No. Good enough to make the playoffs? Maybe not.
I still don't know, yeah.
Okay, so, but I look and say, can they beat Pittsburgh? Yes. Should they? I know that they lost to Minnesota, but you say, well, lost to Minnesota at home. Can they really beat them? I do believe that they should beat Minnesota. Now it sets up.
Vikings have looked good the last couple weeks.
Okay, that's fine.
They got a pulse. They beat us. I'm just not chalking it up to a win.
I'm not chalking it up to a win either. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Should they beat the Steelers? Yes. Should they beat Minnesota? Yes. We saw what they did against Chicago. Chicago's a completely different team right now, and they're at home, and they're playing with a lot more confidence than the Lions are. Maybe they can build some confidence in the next couple of weeks. I just wanted to be able to get to that game and have that game mean something.
They're going to play the games. They got bills to pay, right? But I don't feel like they're in a position to make the playoffs or do much of anything if they get in the playoffs, which is why people are viewing this as kind of the end of the season now. I mean, this is, you come into a season chasing the Super Bowl, and now you feel definitively this team's not winning a Super Bowl, and they might not make the playoffs. Again, the odds right now would say they're missing the playoffs. Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Johnny. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So, I mean, okay, I want to say something, but hear me out because it's going to sound a little weird at first. I played for the best winning coach in New Jersey in high school. And I know high school is not the same as NFL, not even close. But what I'm trying to point to is we went to a game with lesser teams and a great game plan. And at halftime, we made that game plan even better. And we adjusted, and we won games that we shouldn't have. And I don't think I've seen that in Detroit in the last 3 years with Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, and the current team. And it's crazy to me that we haven't done that at least once. And I love Dan Campbell. I will not call for his job, but we need to get cerebral, and we need to get a little more scientific about how we go into these games, because how did we produce the first half that we had yesterday and then not do the same thing in the second half? Like, come on, give me something here.
Well, right, it's not like the offense had to score 24 in both halves, but more than one touchdown in the second half would have really helped on a day where your defense was the problem.
Right, and keep the defense off the field.
Well, that's a great point.
If you're not taking any time off the clock, you're putting the defense back out there that we already know is insufficient. So if you only take off 2.5 minutes on your first possession of the second half, then you take off a minute and 6 seconds. Like, the defense is just not getting enough support from the offense. And their third possession into the fourth quarter, 1 minute and 28 seconds. You're not taking any time off the clock.
There's a lot to talk about with this football game, and I know you guys got a lot of thoughts. We're going to work those in the 7 o'clock hour. We have Red Wing tickets to give away in the 8 o'clock hour on today's show. Overreact gyms we'll get to start the 7 o'clock hour. Both college, pro, some of the big storylines in sports. It's next, right here, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. It's now been 71 days since the Lions won back-to-back games. That streak continued with yesterday's 41-34 road loss to the Rams. However, it's been over 1,100 days since Detroit lost back-to-back games as well. They will face the Steelers at home this upcoming weekend. Jared Goff says a winning streak has to start there.
it'd be nothing better than entering the playoffs off a 3-game win streak, and that's got to be the goal. But again, in order to win 3, you got to win 1, and so we got to focus on that one.
The Rams were the first NFC team to clinch a playoff berth this season with the win. The Lions now have a 41% chance to make the playoffs, according to Next Gen Stats. That significantly trails all the current teams in the playoff picture, as the Eagles, Seahawks, and 49ers all have 98% odds or better. The Packers have an 88% chance, while the Bears are up to 74%. Despite a worse record than the Lions at 7-7, the Tampa Bay Bucks lead the NFC South and have a 77% chance to make the postseason. Alabama head coach Kalen DeBoer said yesterday he has not spoken to anyone and has no interest in any other jobs, despite rumors circulating that he may be interested in filling the Michigan job. Over the weekend, Arizona State's Kenny Dillingham also detailed an unsigned contract update indicating he will stay with the Sun Devils. So now Jed Fish is the statistical favorite to take over the Wolverine football program. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get after it. You're the slob. You're the gross one. He lost the game, but Phillip Rivers' performance was a win for washed-up athletes everywhere. He threw a touchdown. He got him in field position to take the lead late in the game. He was, I don't want to call it moving in the pocket, lumbering around the pocket. But, John, that's a lot better than anybody expected.
Yeah, I mean, say you look at the numbers and nothing jumps off the page other than the fact that, honestly, they could have and should have won that game. Hell yeah, it's a win for all of us washed up athletes everywhere. We still got it, baby. Give me one more chance. Give me one more game. Just let me go out there and show that I could do it. I tell you I can't. Now I just want the opportunity to go prove it.
Of course it is. I mean, it's hope to all now. John was going to last week be either a coaching candidate or an athletic director candidate at Michigan. Now, maybe a candidate to play for the Lions. Come say, can you play guard?
Yes. In fact, I did play guard, not well, my last year, but I have been working on that skill set.
Do you think you could get in shape in time like Phil did?
Well, let's not call what Phil did getting in shape.
All right. So here's the difference for an offensive line. Obviously, I've dropped a lot of weight. That's why you'd be a guard.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you gotta have some size in there.
I would need more time than him. So by the beginning of next year, I'm ready to go.
Thanks, Ken Maeda. If Josh Allen doesn't win the Super Bowl this year, he never will. His nemesis Mahomes will not be in the playoffs. Lamar is on the outside right now. Who are the big threats? Drake May in his second season. You saw how he was able to wrestle control of that game yesterday. Bo Nix in his second year. Like, if Allen doesn't get it done this season, he never will.
It's an overreaction. Josh Allen, anytime he's in a game, anytime he's on your team, I think you're a threat to win the Super Bowl. He hasn't done it yet, but, I mean, there's still plenty of opportunity for him to do it. If they can improve the defense, if they can make some additions here and there, it's still about the team around him. He's good enough to win a Super Bowl. And here's the other thing. Patrick Mahomes just tore his ACL. You think he's back at the start of next year?
No, but I think he'll be back playing at some point next season.
Sure, yeah, I agree.
And probably the postseason next season. This is your chance without him in the playoffs, without the boogeyman. Go get it done.
Okay, this is overreaction. There's still plenty of time for him to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I honestly think, Jim, this might be your biggest overreaction ever because of his age. He's 30. And watch the guy who played against the Lions yesterday. There's so many things and variables on the table. Josh Allen has many, many chances to win Super Bowls. It just might not be with the Bills.
The Green Bay Packers are no longer a Super Bowl threat after the Micah Parsons injury. Love and the offense froze up, specifically in that fourth quarter. Their final 3 drives were interception, downs, and downs. He had 2 picks, 1 touchdown. Their offense just simply isn't good enough if the defense takes a step back. Packers should be a playoff team, but beyond that, I don't expect much.
Well, okay. I mean, you're going with the assumption that they were a Super Bowl threat to begin with. I didn't think they were a Super Bowl threat to begin with. I think
with Parsons?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, I think they're certainly a playoff team, and they can win a game or 2 in the playoffs, but I don't think they're a threat to win the Super Bowl. So, to me, this is not an overreaction.
Yeah, it's not a reaction. I'm kind of with John in terms of what he said about a Super Bowl threat before this. I thought maybe NFC Championship game threat. But because of Jordan Love and his Turnovers, he only had 2 picks yesterday. He's had picks in the playoffs.
Correct.
It's just, he is what he is, and he will always hold him back.
They tried. Liam Cohen has resurrected the career of Trevor Lawrence. Not just the 5 touchdowns he had through the air yesterday, throwing another on the ground. He's gone 3 straight games without an interception, turning the corner for the eventual 12-win Jacksonville Jaguars. Liam Cohen, what a job he's done.
Not an overreaction. I do think, obviously, Trevor Lawrence is being more productive. I think he's resurrected that franchise. There's no question about that. I think there's still more work to be done for Trevor Lawrence when you look at just the amount of yards. I know yesterday was a big game. I don't want to overreact to just one big game, but he has done a better job. There's still 11 interceptions on the year so far. Season's not over. He's playing much better. There's no question about that.
I think this is a humongous overreaction because I'm going to give you 3 stats. He's 59.7 in completion percentage. Guess where that ranks? 30th.
Oh, boy.
He's 87.9 in QB rating. I know some people don't like that stat, but he's 24th.
Not good.
51.8 QBR. That's 21st.
Yeah, you're using season-wide stats. I'm not going to dispute that.
I know,
he was
you're
rough
reacting to
early.
one game.
Well, I'm saying the last 3 games where he's thrown 0 interceptions and he's at 9 touchdowns in that span.
Well, Aaron Rodgers looked like an MVP against the Jets.
Okay,
well, here's the thing. He's taken steps forward. I expect more in the second year of an offense. Next year, in this team gaining confidence, I expect more. So we could look back and say he's resurrected his career.
I'm with the Mafia. The Cincinnati Bengals are the worst organization in the NFL. Don't know if you guys saw this yesterday, but it was snowing in the Midwest. It was snowing in Cincinnati. And they decided, we're not going to remove the snow from the stands. Their fans, who are still showing up for some reason and watched all of 0 points be scored, had to sit in the stands with the snow that they refused to remove, which is an NFL rule. Now, people have speculated, are they saving more money just paying the fine than clearing the snow? If you're asking these questions, you're a bum-ass franchise.
I don't necessarily think they're the worst.
Who is? Someone's got to be. Is it your former team? They're under
not
new ownership.
Anymore.
Yeah,
not anymore. I would have said that maybe 3 years ago before ownership changed. I might say Tennessee. I have no idea what they're trying to do, but I mean they're definitely in the bottom 5 as a franchise.
Yeah, it's the Titans. We've visited this other times this season.
they're not making their fans sit in the snow. Now maybe that's because it just doesn't snow.
It doesn't
in Tennessee.
snow in Tennessee. Yeah.
The Titans are so irrelevant, and it looks like they've probably drafted a QB first overall that I'm not so sure about here. So that means they're going to have to start over again. When did they decide it? They fired their coach 20 games into his career roughly. They're so irrelevant. At least the Bengals have Joe Burrow.
Do me. On that note, you get a 2-for-1 with the Bengals. They need to fire their coach, Zach Taylor. When your quarterback's not having fun anymore, when your team's gone south year over year, whether it's all his fault or not, they need a clean change, a clean break, and a new head coach.
I'm not going to overreact to this. I think it's a bit of an overreaction. I know that they need to win more, but how are you supposed to win when your quarterback is hurt almost every season?
He played yesterday.
So yes, he did, but he also missed 8 games. So to me, I don't know how much say he has with the general manager in the front office in regards to who they're bringing in. They need to focus on protecting Joe Burrow. They have done a great job of giving Joe Burrow weapons. And I know he's not having fun. It's not fun to get hit. It's not fun to get hurt. It's not fun to play through injuries. He's had to do all of that in his short career. And they've had success with Zach Taylor.
This is not an overreaction. It's time to move on. I'd love to know why Zach Taylor should get credit for going to a Super Bowl, because it's all Joe Burrow. And I think it was Lou Anarumo that with Hendrickson being one of the best pass rushers in the league, the defense has completely fallen off.
Great kicker performances, too, in that postseason run.
Yeah, exactly. This is a great opportunity for the Bengals to go get this would be such an attractive job to an offensive mind.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll throw this out there. If Ryan Day wins the national championship, does he drive about an hour and a half to Cincinnati and take that job? Because there is NFL blood in his body.
It's the proper thickness and length. Oh, boy. The Texans can win the Super Bowl. They've won 9 of their last 11 games. C.J. Stroud, light bulb went on the other day. That gets them another level, and they could win it all.
So you mentioned some of the games that they have won. They beat the Bills. They beat the Colts before the Colts have fallen off. They were at the Chiefs, and that was at the Colts, at the Chiefs. I know the Chiefs aren't what they were, but it's still putting those nails in the coffin. They've gone and won games, and they've done it with amazing defense. Yeah, I think they're a threat. Unlike I said with Green Bay, I think Houston is a threat to win the Super Bowl.
This is not an overreaction, and much like the 15-2 bus last year that you created when you hopped over us with the 14-3 thing. You know, I'm driving this Texans bus, and I've been driving this thing for about 3 weeks now. This team is a Super Bowl threat. Their defense is elite, and the difference between them and the Packers is that C.J. Stroud is game managing. He's not making the critical mistakes to put their defense in a bad situation. They're number 1 in points allowed in the league by now a full point, which is 16.3. Their defense can carry them, and their offense just needs to do enough. And they got a good kicker, by the way, too, that can steal games.
The Detroit Lions have become a soft football team. Your identity is who you are in your biggest moments and your toughest games, and they simply aren't tough enough. Bullied with a healthy front seven yesterday against the Los Angeles Rams. The offense, with a lead at half, couldn't move the pile, couldn't move people in the front, and ran for 70 yards. And, John, it's not the first time we've seen it. The team that used to be built in the trenches with the toughness is now a soft football team.
So I think the worst thing that you could tell a football player or that you could tell a team is that they're soft. That is, them are fighting words.
Are they true words?
I'm not ready to go that far with this team. Are they the same team that they were last year? No. But I'm not ready to say. Again, they're not as dominant at running the football or controlling the line of scrimmage. It's not the only thing that makes you tough. I'm not going to sit there and say that they're a soft football team.
This is not an overreaction. As long as you let me change the word of soft to softer.
Okay.
I don't think they're a fully soft team. I still think in their DNA, there's a toughness and physicality. But they're definitely a softer team, and they're not built to win in the playoffs. And I look at things like Montgomery and Gibbs' distribution. I am in the crowd that you start with Montgomery still, and then you flash Gibbs. And I understand that they fall in love with the flash with J-Mo and Gibbs, but it's a very inconsistent thing. You've got to have consistent play. You got to run the ball. I think they've allowed the division to catch them, especially the Packers and Vikings. Why I don't circle the Viking game as an automatic win, because I think the Vikings out-physicaled the last time, and the Packers definitely did too. Brad Holmes has let the teams in the division catch them. And you know what they remind me of? And I was very weary of this even last year. The Matt Ryan Falcons of the 2010s.
At least they made a Super Bowl.
It got to one. I would say I go back to the Dan Marino Dolphins, the Chargers of Air Coryell and all that back in the day. They look like that team. They're not tough enough right now. And I'll put a blame again on a guy like Aleem McNeil. Show up. Where are you at? It's time to start playing football.
That was abrupt. Those are your overreactions. It's 97.1.
Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. And we've got Monday Night Football on the horizon. From yards to touchdown to who's going to win with FanDuel, any play could be the play of the game. Tonight, on Monday night, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBT. That's a profit boost token as the Dolphins visit the Steelers. And we all know that we're going to be tuned into that one because who's up next for us? The Steelers. That's right. You can get in on all the action tonight with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any and every snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, legendary director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle passed away yesterday. They were actually found dead in their home in Los Angeles in an apparent homicide. He was 78 years old. She was 68. It sounds like they were allegedly stabbed to death by their 32-year-old son, Nick. Obviously, the investigation is still ongoing. No arrests have been made. He is currently being questioned. He has in the past detailed his long history with drug addiction, in and out of rehab, the struggles he's had. It's just devastating news. Tributes are pouring in online. He made his debut as a director in 1984 with This Is Spinal Tap, and has created some very iconic films that I think everyone has probably seen. The Princess Bride, one of my favorites, When Harry Met Sally, Stand By Me, Misery, A Few Good Men, The American President. The list goes on as well. It's just
It's a sad tragedy.
It really is.
I didn't realize it was believed to be their son.
Yes.
Because I went to sleep and just saw the news and hadn't.
Like I said, nobody's been arrested, but that's what all the articles are saying. It sounds like they were found by their daughter. They had 2 other kids together. I was reading how it sounds like just the life of the block. They lived near each other. He and his wife had a home, and their daughter lived across the street in this neighborhood. And somewhere I had read that the daughter is the one who discovered their death. It's tragic. There's a lot of tragic stories in the news, so I'm going to try to sprinkle in some other stories as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've been talking about Sharon Moore, and there are so many stories and rumors online. There is some gossip that he allegedly offered OnlyFans models season tickets in exchange for a fowsome.
So
you see that
I
one?
saw her. She posted a video and said that this wasn't true.
Oh, she
It was
did?
on Twitter. I saw that. Welcome. Yes,
Wow.
I'm not searching this, but
Tell me more about you searching
not
the
only
OnlyFans
this,
models.
it was on Twitter this morning, and it's one of those things this is
Because-
such an awful story all around. She said that was the case. She
Because
was
she's also
at
said that
games.
she's a big Michigan fan, and she's been at
She's
a game.
been at the game, and I
Yeah.
think she did say she had direct messaged
Yeah,
Sharon.
she showed
Yes.
some screenshots to a
Yes.
reporter that he had messaged her in the past. So the offering of tickets for the foursome was not true, but the messages sounds like perhaps they were. Who knows? You can find any sort of story on him online.
How jarring was it, by the way? We were
I don't
off the
really
air.
care to defend anything.
No.
he's done.
How jarring was it to see him in that like white
Oh my
jumpsuit?
gosh.
Oh, did it look like? I mean, he just a feeble. Not the individual I had literally talked to
24
earlier
hours,
in the week.
like almost 48 hours probably
Yeah,
at that point. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And when it comes to him and then also the other kind of scandals that have occurred at Michigan in recent years, the university has commissioned a full investigation into the practices and culture of its athletic department. The investigation is going to be handled by Jenner and Block. This is a Chicago-based law firm that has done business with the school in the past, even conducting an investigation into Sharon Moore and the alleged relationship. At the time, they both denied the relationship, and they said they didn't have enough evidence to confirm that this was going on. This was earlier this fall. Obviously, that's all changed. Police say a father and son are behind the horrifying mass shooting that left at least 15 people dead, including one of the gunmen, 40 others injured, hospitalized during a Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia. This was big news in my house because I have a nephew that lives in Australia, not far from this beach. So we talked a lot about it, but the attack, which has been declared a terrorist attack, targeted Jewish Australians. Those who were killed ranged in age from 10 to 87 years old. One of the victims was a Holocaust survivor who was shielding his wife from bullets when he was shot and killed. Absolutely horrifying. There is a man who disarmed one of the gunmen in this attack who is now being hailed as a true hero. There's video that shows this man kind of crouching behind a parked car before he rushes in and grabs the shooter from behind and is able to disarm this gunman. And they're saying, hey, his bravery saved countless lives. There was two, like I said, it was a father and son. So there was, it's a horrendous, awful story. Not so awful. National Syrup Day. right around the corner.
Oh.
Yeah, December 17th.
Yeah.
And
now we're getting some good
to
news.
celebrate, Denny's is releasing a limited edition shoe.
A shoe?
Yeah, go check it out. So they're called Sticky Kicks. They're the first ever sneakers made with real Denny's syrup. Yeah.
So
why would I want a shoe made of syrup?
Why wouldn't you? I mean,
Well,
it's
it's
just,
a shoe. Is it a glass shoe?
yeah, so it's got like a little
filled
squishy
with-
section that you can see the syrup. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just for fun. They say these limited edition high top sneakers pay tribute to the sweet stuff that makes every Grand Slam irresistible.
Okay, I'm still not understanding the connection with the shoe, but
Well, they're trying to merge diner culture with pop culture in unexpected ways. So here you
Certainly
have
unexpected.
it.
Yep.
So they will drop December 17th at 12 p.m. dinerdrip.com.
Okay.
oh, all right. How many Denny's are even around? The one I used to go to in Ann Arbor is no longer there.
I don't know how many are in Michigan. I don't think many are left, but I'm sure all over the country they're still around.
It's Heather with the news.
Moon's over my hammy. It's a great menu item.
We'll get to phone calls. We'll get to more texts. We want to talk about the Lions and what happened yesterday. Let me just start with what some of the people are saying, John.
Okay.
It says there was one team to score 34 points yesterday and lose, and that's because this defense can't stop anything. Want to focus on the defense. Costa sounds like a 12-year-old analyzing the game. 34 points against a top 3 defense, not good enough. They should score every possession, damn it. John, can we put any blame on the offense for yesterday?
So the blame that I'm putting on the offense is not necessarily that they didn't score every drive.
Right, I understand
But
that.
You have 3 possessions, and when you're in a game like that and the offense that you're playing against comes out, you know they're a high-powered offense, and in the second half, they were in a really good rhythm. You're doing nothing to break up that rhythm. You're out there for 1 minute and 8 seconds, and all of a sudden, put the defense back out there. Defense is going to get a little bit tired. They're already not performing at a high level, so you're doing nothing to break up the rhythm of the opponent's offense. You're not keeping them on the sidelines. You're not extending any drives. You're not converting first downs. They had no chance to convert those first downs. The first one you're out there, you get a penalty. You can't have that.
Right. Like 3 straight consecutive 3-and-outs. It's one thing if the 3 are spread out throughout the course of the game, but there is a certain game flow. And when the other team is going score, 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 and you go punt, punt, punt. Look, ideally the defense would have had a couple more stops, would have given the offense a chance. They wouldn't have had to be as near perfect. But sometimes games turn into shootouts. And in those shootouts, you either keep up or you lose. And I think some blame needs to go to an offense for 3 consecutive 3-and-outs, only scoring 1 second-half touchdown. If I tell you, hey, man, that's Stafford, he's going to have a big day, and you're only scoring 1 touchdown in the second half. Oh, and by the way, when you score it, you're down 2 touchdowns. Game's over.
Right. I mean, there's different levels of blame.
Yeah.
When you lose a game, there's plenty of blame to go around. And whether it's the front office, it's the players, it's the coaches, there's plenty of, and there's all 3 phases. You could sit there and say, well, Jack Fox shouldn't have kicked the ball into the end zone. All right. Did he do anything to help the team win?
Bates could have made a field goal on the first drive.
Right. And so, yeah, there's plenty of blame to go around. I think the majority of it lands on the defense because they never came up with the stop. And I actually thought coming out of the second half, you give the ball to the Rams and you come away with only giving up a field goal. To me, that felt like a big win. But then offense, it's 2.5 minutes, it's 5 yards, it's 3 plays, and you're done. Then the defense is back out there, 9 plays, 88 yards, and it's offense goes back out there, 3 plays, 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Guys, I know you don't want to fixate on officiating, but until 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game, the Rams didn't have a single penalty. Sound familiar? It was the same in the Chiefs game. Pretty fishy to me, Joe in Rochester.
I'm not going to sit there and talk about the penalties. I mean, to only have, 2 in the game? The Lions only had 4 penalties.
Yeah, there's not like a rash of
Right. It's not like they were over penalties. I think in the Chiefs game, it was, what was it, 8 or 10 penalties for the Lions and none for the Chiefs?
May have been. Look,
that one felt like it was there was a bigger discrepancy. This one, the difference between 4 and 2, obviously it's 2.
The most egregious officiating decision was probably the Parkinson touchdown, right? Mm-hmm. Where initially it's ruled a catch, but his knee is down before he goes into the end zone, and then you're not quite sure if he even survives the ground. There were probably Lions fans wondering if that would be taken off the board as a catch entirely, only to have them rule not only did he catch it, he lost control and then regained control in the end zone, so touchdown. I think that play was poorly officiated. But let's back up. Let's say they only call it a catch, which is what I think it appeared to be at the time. They're a yard out. Mm-hmm. Does it really change the game? And let's say it's not even ruled a catch. It was only first down. The officials didn't cause Detroit to give up 500 yards of offense.
No.
I got a hard time fixating on officiating after that performance. It's 97.1. Talked about KG Law. If you're injured in a car accident, Lawrence KG and KG Law can take care of you. Lawrence KG and KG Law, one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So if you, a friend, a loved one, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. 877-KG Cares. Visit them online. It's KAJY, KGCares.com. That's KGCares.com. 97.1. Get your phone calls in the mix. Talking Lions this morning. Not a victory Monday. Measuring stick game. They didn't measure up. Playing the blame game. 248-539-9797. We will get into what this means about this team and what it means about their road ahead. But let's focus on the game first. Let's get to Paul in Grand Rapids. Paul, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good morning.
Hey, so if you give me a few minutes here, that'd be great. I want to hit on Michigan football first and foremost, but with the Lions, I mean, it is what it is. Jim, please keep keeping it real on Twitter. You're doing a great job. Trying to, not trying to, a lot of people get triggered with what you say on Twitter, whatever. But you keep it real, and you hold teams accountable. And you hold these teams and these general managers accountable. The one thing I will say about the Lions is you got to take a look at Brad Holmes this offseason and say, hey, man, I don't want him fired or anything, but, what are you doing? You had no real plan for Ragnow, and the biggest area of need, which is the pass rush, you didn't address it via the draft or free agency. And I'm not saying you got to go get an elite guy, but come on, man. But the first and foremost, man, Michigan. John, where do we go from here? I mean, over the last decade, between all the scandals and everything else, this has been nothing short of an embarrassment. And, as a season ticket holder and a donor and just a supporter of this program, I'm embarrassed, and I don't even know what to do. How are we even going to retain these players that are currently on the roster? How are we going to retain this awesome recruiting class that we built in 2026? And, what needs to be done for accountability for this program? And then apparently now it's all over Twitter that Blake Corum knew about his LLC with Stallions and everything could be wiped out with the national title run. And I don't know how true that is, but it just seems like it's always something with this program, and it's embarrassing. And what head coach would want to even come here? Well, I just feel like things are going to get way worse before they get better.
Well, I understand the feeling that you're having, and I get that it is not the Michigan that most of us who, if you're 35 years old or older, it's not the Michigan that you grew up with. And it needs to get back to that. You need to have an unbelievably strong leader as your head coach. That probably is going to, I know everybody's going to look at the offense and can you develop a quarterback and, who's your defense quarterback? All those things are going to be important. But you're going to have somebody that understands that, or at least has the belief that Michigan should be different. Michigan should be held to a higher standard. We haven't lived up to that standard. We got to get back to it, and you need somebody there with that their integrity can't be questioned, and that you are a tremendous leader, because those players need it, the alumni need it, the donors need it. You need somebody that's going to lead.
For what he said, there is a lot of instability. You're worried about guys leaving via the portal. The selling point to this 9-3 football season was, but they're so young and one more year, and we're going to be. If you start pulling pieces out from a young football team, if you lose guys, an exodus to the portal, there's a lot of instability. Why would someone take this job? Money, resources. I still think Michigan is Michigan, and if you're doing it right, you can be dominant. Mm-hmm. So I think it'll be an attractive job for a lot of people, but they're going to have to throw money at that candidate, at guys in the portal, and they're going to have to throw a lot of money at the problem to stabilize the situation. But anyway, we're doing a lot of Lions stuff today. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Lamar in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I just want to say, guys, I know you guys are talking about the game, but I feel like the Lions been pretending since January 18th. We've been pretending, man. We've been pretending these draft picks was cool, that they was good, that we got a defensive tackle that can't stop the run. We've been pretending that, Ben Johnson leaving didn't hurt us in some type of way. We've been pretending or looking the other way on Ragnow. He'll be here, he'll be here, he'll be here. And then guess what? The Great Pretender show. We even got a coach pretending that he could call plays. We've been pretending from the jump. We've been pretending from January 16th since we played the Commanders. I believe it was the 18th. We've been pretending. Now we're just rooting. We're just like, what's that called? We're just weeding out. This is the fruits of our labor. And guess what? We got 3 games left in the season, and it's going to be more pretending. They can beat Pittsburgh. They can beat Pittsburgh. They can beat the Vikings, and they probably can, maybe steal a game from the Chicago Bears. But right now, do you as a Lions fan, I'm asking people, do you as a Lions fan, I'm asking you too, believe that we should just pack it in, get to Pittsburgh in terms of the draft. Forget Pittsburgh.
I'm not going to do that. Lamar, I'm not going to do that.
No, I'm done, man. I'm done. It's
Lamar,
right
I was
there.
with you till the very end of this phone call. I'm sitting here nodding my head going, yeah, man, they don't stack up. I don't think they're going on a run. I'm not sure they even make the playoffs. At the same time, if you can, you try. Until you're mathematically eliminated, I mean, you're going to try to make the playoffs. You're going to hope to get in, and maybe somebody else gets hurt or you find lightning in a bottle. I don't expect these things. I'm very depressed about that fact. But you don't just pack in the season and stop trying.
No, you don't. You're still going to play 3 games. And that's why I have resisted. I know you have as well. The whole, we should be talking about draft position and mock drafts. Yeah. No, you still have a chance to make the postseason. Doesn't mean that we're saying, hey, just get in the tournament and get hot and make a run. I don't think this team is prepared to do that for a number of different reasons. But I still believe that, and maybe there's a lot of hope in there. Maybe there's emotion in there. But that's where we are as a fan base, that they're better than the Pittsburgh Steelers, that they are better than Minnesota, so that they come away with 2 wins. And I just want to get to that Chicago game and give us a chance to win and get in.
248-539-9797. Adam and Frankenmuth, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how you doing, man? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Hey, John, I do have a problem. This umpire, Adam, man. I only get to call in 1 day a week, man. There's a limit. I get it, man. You guys are the guys I want to be talked to, but we got to change that. A little footnote. I'm just kidding. At the end of the day, man, the Lions, man, you can't blame the offense. The offense come out and put up huge numbers. Our defense, man, we're hurt again. I don't want to say the same old Lions, but it's not the same old Lions that we just can't win. It's just, man, we can't get away from the injury bug. That secondary is huge. You've seen that. Stafford sliced us up. But at the end of the day, man, we went out. And looking at the injuries that just occurred with Parsons and the other NFC struggles, I truly believe, we could catch lightning in a bottle. We could. We really could. And then that going forward, I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Can I ask where that comes from, though, Adam? Like, just to push back, where does that feel? I feel like they could catch lightning in a bottle. Where does that come from?
It comes from the fact that our offense is elite, and and it stinks because at the end of the day, because you got to score every possession, and then we came out in the second half and we didn't, and that cost us the game. But I truly believe that going forward, I mean, let's be honest, the Rams were one of the top 5 defenses in the game. You go out and you play against other teams, there's going to be a hard time to stop the Lions' offense. Hopefully, maybe it doesn't even look like we're going to get Kirby Joseph back. Somehow, man, we get a couple stops, then we can do that. But
it's just a tough ask to go game over game over game over game without getting stops. And we have seen stretches where the offense finds themselves into a lull. And fair or unfair, it's what gets you beat.
Well, and Adam, I appreciate the optimism. And, I mean, there's always that. When you talk about lightning in a bottle, there's a lot of hope in there and a lot of things that have to go right. I'm not saying it can't. But the offense is not the most to blame. But you can't go 3 possessions in a row in the second half where you're 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out.
Can we talk about how the Red Wings just came away with 9 of 12 points on the road trip? This talk is making my ears bleed. No, unfortunately, we're not going to break down the West Coast trip for the Red Wings today. Sorry. More ear bleeding next, 97.1.
Hey, in the Motor City, winter isn't just the season, it's a challenge. And we all know we got challenged last week with some of that snow. And when the snow starts piling up on Woodward and the slush takes over I-75, and that was a slushy snow, you don't need a sleigh, you need a Sierra. This is professional grade capability, the GMC Sierra. It's built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway at the same time. So whether you're hauling the family tree or towing the toys up north, and I talk about our toys all the time, that is maybe right now it's Snow Machines, Shanty, whatever you want, the Sierra delivers the power, the tech, and the premium luxury that you've earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers absolutely end on January the 2nd. Start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
I appreciate the effort. Yes, the Red Wings' successful trip out west. We're going to give away Red Wing tickets in the 8 o'clock hour, but we're just not going to break down hockey on a football Monday. Sorry, guys.
No.
Hey, Gibson's played well his last 5 starts. All right, that's enough. Let's get back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Chuck in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I can't say I enjoyed my Sunday too much. I'm wondering, as a fan base, do we have any legal repercussions we could bring a class of lawsuits against the NFL officiators? It seems like every game that we have lost, there's been a major call that went against us. It's never went in our favor. Now, I'm not saying we haven't played lethargic in some games, but that's a motivational destroyer for the team when you play the perfect defense, close to perfect defense, and they still call a play that, it shouldn't even been a catch yesterday. That was not even a catch.
Is this a serious phone call? You want to know if they should sue the NFL?
File a class action lawsuit?
I'm saying the fan base.
Yeah. But I'm clarifying it. You're not just trolling us. Like, you actually believe this.
No, I don't believe it. It's just something should be done about that because it's so obvious. I mean, I think Fox 2 showed the replay 5 times, and they were actually laughing about it.
Oh, yeah. When the rules official can't make heads or tails of it, it's a blown call. But at the same time, if you want to file a class action lawsuit, I'd file it on the Lions' front 7, who was fully healthy and couldn't stop the run. I'd file a class action lawsuit on the entire defense that gave up over 500 yards.
All right.
I'd file a class action lawsuit on the Lions offense that was MIA for a quarter and a half in the second half.
Calm down. Jeez.
I need my compensation, John.
Yeah.
Emotional distress.
Callers giving you opportunity to just go over the top on Smarm is ridiculous.
I'm sorry, I'll do it delayed.
Just to that point, I think officiating across the NFL, I'm not just going to talk about the Lions. I think officiating has not been great. I did read an article this weekend where I can't remember if it's after this year or if it's after 26, where the contract that the officials have with the NFL is up. I do think the NFL they've got to do something different. And it's their opportunity to do that. And whether you make them full-time officials and say, hey, this is your full-time job. You can't have the side job. You can't have something else going on in your life. This is your full-time job. You pay them accordingly. You put up a set of parameters and an infrastructure in place so that we get better officiating. They're humans. Yeah. They're never going to be perfect, but I think we can be better.
I think officials make mistakes. And I think mistakes can impact a series or a sequence, but I don't want to be the guy that's blaming officials after my team plays poorly.
No, I'm talking about the officials across the league.
And for the guy out there who thinks like the sport's rigged, right? That's why Kansas City beat the Lions earlier this year, because the sport's rigged. Why'd they let Kansas City miss the playoffs? They miss a couple pages of the script?
Yeah, well, the whole script thing is
again,
always fun to
I think officials make mistakes and you can hold them accountable and ask for better officiating. I'm never going to fault a fan for that, but let's keep the main thing here. Team didn't play well enough. Ed and Alpena, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, real quick, just like some of the points some people brought up, this is at the feet of Brad Holmes. You knew where you were weak on that defensive line. You knew your secondary had a tendency to be hurt. And you did not go up and add depth. You didn't add veteran depth to that secondary when there was guys out there. You didn't add depth to that defensive line. You didn't do anything in the trade deadline. That's one point. The other point is you scored 31 points on a really, really good defense. So this is not on the offense. And as far as the rest of the Dan Campbell show is starting to wear thin. I look at 2 games this year. I look at that first game against Minnesota when J.J. McCarthy looked like vintage Tom Brady. We lost by 3. Then I look at the game against Philadelphia. And these 4th and 4 at the 28-yard line, and let's go for it, when you've got 3 points right there, those games could have both been swung Detroit's way. That makes you a 10-4 team right now. This not fixing that defense and Dan Campbell's fun antics, both of them are growing very, very thin.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're not the team they were 2 years ago in the NFC title game. And it's been a decline.
Yeah, and what's the number one thing? Even at that time,
Yeah.
We weren't talking about a top 10 defense.
Right.
The number one thing that is plaguing this team is the inability to control the line of scrimmage on the offensive side of things. Would we like to have a better defensive line?
Yes.
Sure. More productive, being able to stop the run, getting out the passer. Would you like to have a healthy secondary? Obviously. You can't always plan for every injury that might possibly happen.
Yeah, you don't want to have to score 42 points to win. I get that.
But you have to be able to control the line of scrimmage. Whether you're in a tight battle that's going to be a 21-24 victory for you, it comes down to controlling the line of scrimmage and salting away the clock if you need to, or just extending drives if you need to. If you're going to be in a shootout where you know you're going to have to get points on every single drive, you're going to have to control the line of scrimmage. Right now, they don't. And not enough.
Ran for 2.5 yards a carry in the second half, started the half with a lead. Again, it starts with the defense putting the offense in a position to be near perfect. But if the offense is going to go punt, 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 field goal, and only score 1 second half touchdown while they're already down 2 scores, and you're right, John, they stubbornly tried to run the ball, couldn't do it. Goff got sacked 1 time in the game. It was when they first were trailing in that third quarter. They weren't winning up front, specifically that left guard spot. I know you singled out Cologne already, but that left guard spot was the weak point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always when you're trying to run the ball and you can't get up on a linebacker. And I know that LA's linebackers are fast. They're sideline to sideline guys. You got to take those angles. And if you take the right angle, you still can't get there. Now it's just a matter of you're asking a guy to do something he can't do.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Emil in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Grand Rising family.
What's up?
Not much, man. I just was watching that game last night, and I really feel like we just got to stay optimistic. I mean, we already know what's going on. It's a bunch of injuries, and, we got like 16 men down, and we just got to be realistic about the situation. We going into every game just being hopeful. So, just as a Detroit fan, you can't blame it on the refs. You got to just go in that game prepared, knowing that the refs are not your friend. You have to go in there and beat them and the other team. And that's just all I really got to say. We just got to stay optimistic, hope the best for us. Go Lions, go Pistons, go Red Wings. Detroit, we still up.
Hey, man, it's always go Lions. But he said realistic and optimistic in the same phone call. And I think those two things they don't go together right now.
Well, I'm optimistic that they can make the playoffs. But I'm optimistic. I'm always glass half full.
Yeah, but the glass isn't 50% full right now. It's like 25% full.
That's where you get to realistic.
Yeah.
It might not be realistic that they make the playoffs. And so, the two different words are from opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell people to stop being a fan or don't watch or don't root for your team. I'm going to keep rooting for them. But realistically, they're not making the playoffs. So if we're being realistic, season ends in 3 weeks.
They don't control their own destiny.
Yeah. Put in the hands of other people now. 248-539-9797. They are 2 games back with 3 weeks to go. Give away some Red Wing tickets in the next hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Lions fell 41-34 at the hands of Matthew Stafford and the Rams in L.A. yesterday. Stafford, 368 yards and 2 touchdowns. He did have 1 interception, just his 5th of the season. It was the only turnover in the game, making last night the first loss for the Lions in 6 games this year in which they've won the turnover battle. The loss was due in part to a lack of run game for Detroit as Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery rushed for a combined 70 yards and just 1 touchdown. The Lions' defense also struggled, giving up 519 total yards of offense and a career-high 181 receiving yards to Puka Nacua. In the third quarter alone, the Lions were outscored 17-0 and outgained 179 to -7 yards. They will need to go on a run in the final 3 games to make the playoffs, but Jared Goff said this team's resilience can make it happen.
still have plenty of stuff in front of us. We do. And we've got a great group that can win a championship here, and we know that. And we just have to stick together and not allow some of the narratives to pull anything apart. And our captains need to step up, our leaders need to step up and be vocal and have energy, and not anything that I don't expect us to do. But yeah, we got to show that resilience a few more times here.
With the win, the Rams were the first team in the NFC to clinch a playoff berth. The Lions will kick off this Sunday at Ford Field against the Steelers at 4:25. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Not a victory Monday. We're talking to Lions fans all morning. It's 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Lions are now 2 games out with 3 to go. The playoff percentage is 27%. Can we call them a pretender?
It all depends on which premise you're starting from.
Okay, let's start with they began the season dreaming of a Super Bowl. They're a pretender when it comes to pursuing the Super Bowl.
Correct.
Okay.
But we are also, throughout the course of the year, able to reevaluate our expectations. And I'm trying to think when my expectations would have changed. And I really think that after they lost that Eagles game, and maybe in those 2 weeks, I know it was a win against the Giants, but watching them play against the Giants, I just didn't feel like they were going to be a team that would contend for a Super Bowl anymore. I thought at that point it was, all right, let's just put our best foot forward to make the playoffs.
Yeah, because it feels like even if they make the playoffs.
Correct.
You've seen how they stack up against the Rams. The Lions called that a measuring stick game. Okay, noted. You don't measure up. That's against the Rams. We saw when they went to Philadelphia this year, they didn't measure up. They played the Packers twice, and you can't just use a week 1 young offensive line. They lost both, including the home game on Thanksgiving Day. I mean, those are the heavy hitters in the NFC.
Right.
You're over.
And so the teams in the NFC that I think are contenders are the Rams. I'm not even sure the Eagles are anymore, but the Rams, the Seahawks, I think those are the 2 contenders coming out of the NFC. Everyone else
is a pretender.
With the Bears, the Bucks, the Niners, Green Bay, I think maybe just below those top 2 because I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender, but above the other ones I just mentioned. So if the Lions were to play any of those other teams, I think they could get a win in the postseason. If they play Seattle, I don't think they win. If they play the Rams again, I don't think they win.
See how far you're willing to go. So not a Super Bowl contender, they're a Super Bowl pretender. Are they a pretender when it comes to making the playoffs? I gave you the odds. They don't control their own destiny. They haven't won back-to-back games, and it'll end up being like 3 months if they do it. I mean, that is the definition of a pretender.
So do I think they win 3 games?
In a row, consecutively?
Yes, I do.
Based on
the teams that they're playing.
Okay, the Vikings have already beaten them and are playing better ball, yeah?
They are very sporadic. I do think that the Lions can go to Minnesota. I understand. Yes, they lost to the Vikings at home.
It's a pretty good defense.
Yes, but I think the offense is playing much better and more consistent at this point. They're not running the ball like we want them to, but they're finding other ways to score points. So I think they can beat the Vikings. Do I think they can beat the Steelers? Yes.
Now I think they'll bounce back and beat Pittsburgh. They've done that. I trust them to do that.
But the question is, can they win back-to-back games? And I understand that you want to keep coming with all of the, what they have done to this point.
Because that informs who they are.
Right, but, you go back to the beginning of the season. Did they win 4 games in a row? Yes. So they can win back-to-back games. They haven't done it since they played the Bengals. All right, but they can win back-to-back games. And I look at the opponents that they're playing. The one that stands out the most is obviously that loss to the Vikings. With the Bucs, the Vikings, and the Commanders. That one, to me, I can't reconcile. That one should have been a win. That one, to me, was the worst, maybe the worst loss of the season. But then you're playing the Eagles, the Packers, and the Rams in between some of those other games that you won against the Giants and the Cowboys. And, yeah, the way the schedule's set up, every other game they were playing a much better opponent.
Yeah.
That now I don't see the Steelers, the Vikings, and the Bears, a team that they can't beat. Because if you're going to use the argument of, well, they lost to the Vikings, yes, that's true. But they also beat the hell out of the Bears.
Right. Now, I think the Vikings are playing better now, and I think the Bears are playing better now. and the Lions are playing worse now. So that's part of why I don't expect him to get in. I view them certifiably in every sense of the word as a pretender. Like, Minnesota's playing better. It's on the road. If you can't run the ball, and they haven't proven to be able to run the ball in any of these games against top defenses, I mean, that's likely a loss. Now, even if I grant you that they win back-to-back games, they still have to go on the road to Chicago and play that game and win that game. And I don't trust this team to do that right now.
Well, I understand you don't trust them.
Yeah.
But
I don't know why you would
you,
believe they would do it, I guess is the point I'm trying to make.
Well,
I
if
don't
we're
know
going to
why,
use the argument that they can't beat Minnesota, then I think that they can beat Chicago because they've done it before.
well, that would mean they would go win-loss, 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 win-loss to end the season.
And if they do, then they're not going to be in the playoffs.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, a lot to talk about today. You can focus on the game or you can focus on the road ahead. Let's get to Mike in Oxford. Mike, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How are we doing this morning?
Good.
What do you got?
Oh, I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, hey, I was just calling in. Holmes and Campbell have been fantastic, right? They've gotten us to a place we've never been, for the Lions. But I think, when you look at the season, we don't make the playoffs. Not making the playoffs when the season started was an option. And you got to start questioning Holmes and Campbell. Are they the guys to get us to where we want to go? And you just look at, Holmes, being so committed to Davenport. The Tesla pick. Yesterday he was out there just running cardio. He didn't do a thing. And if, we don't trade those picks, it's an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, and then the hiring of Morton. Those are questions we need to ask about these guys at the end of the season to see if they can get us to the next step. And they've been great. But, these are critical questions that I think we need to start getting answers on.
Look, the rubber meets the road. The easy part's done. That initial surge from the bottom is the easy part. Taking the next step to the summit of the mountain is the hardest part. And if this team is just going to keep their own, they're not going to get to the summit. They're going to need external help. And they're probably going to have to stop drafting so many projects and try to get some guys that can plug and play. Right?
Yes. The issue is, okay, the first round picks. All right. Tyleik Williams hasn't been what we needed him to be in his first year. Do I think he'll be better? I honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
We're talking about hope. Do I hope he's better? Sure. Next to Aleem McNeil, who I think will be better next year after another year removed from the ACL.
And that makes sense, yeah.
They're going to have to find a way to improve that opposite end of Aiden Hutchinson. And tell me if I'm a broken record, because I kind of feel like it, is you're going to have to find a way. And Al-Quadin Muhammad, I know the numbers, but they've come in
spurts.
Yep. Right. You need consistent pressure, consistent pass rush. And so whether you do it in the draft or you do it in free agency, you need to address that one. Same thing with the offensive line. I'm not telling you have to go out there and draft a first round offensive lineman, because it may be you need to address left tackle.
Well, yeah.
Or if you move Sewell over, then it's one of the tackles.
Tackle, yeah.
But whether it's draft or free agency, you are going to have to address the interior of those three offensive linemen. Two. I think Ratledge was going to be quality.
And I just think they're a year behind on this. If Ratledge had been drafted a year ago or Frank was here for one more season, they wouldn't be behind. But they're behind now, so they got to catch up. Because everybody else in the division took the step forward. They're playing more physical. They knew what they had to do. They had to get more physical to beat the Lions. Call it what it is. In every division, you look at the team in first place and you start assembling your team to beat that team. And Green Bay added Parsons. Now the torn ACL throws it for a loop, but it did enough to beat Detroit twice and put Detroit in a bad spot. The Bears immediately added center and two guards. They knew what they had to do to beat the Lions. And the Lions have had slippage.
It doesn't have to be big moves either. I'll ask you guys on the fly here, maybe not fair, but what has Brad Holmes added to this team that really is contributing that much since the NFC Championship game?
So at that time, they already drafted Gibbs and Campbell and Branch
and Laporta.
Since that draft, essentially.
Yeah, because I would argue this offseason, I'm not quite sure if he really got anything. And they got McNeil back. He's not performing.
Yeah, how about DJ Reader was supposed to be a bigger impact player in the middle of this defense. And last year was hurt, and this year was fully healthy.
I think Tate Ratledge is a good add.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when we're finding one name, that's not much. And then and then the attrition too.
Yeah. And like DJ Reed for Carlton Davis doesn't feel like a win.
No. This is on Holmes, guys. It just is on Holmes. And you can pick apart every other thing. And there's not just one thing to blame, but I don't know how he doesn't get the largest part of the pie by far. The lack of depth on this team because of poor drafting and lack of free agent acquisition is killing this team right now.
248-539-9797. Bill and Warren, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
What's good?
Hey, our offense scored 37 points. We
34.
didn't give up any. We didn't give up any turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
Our whole problem is the damn defense. You want to win a Super Bowl, you have to have a top 5 defense. That means you start at the defensive line. Holmes hasn't addressed that. He got Hutch, and that's it. I don't like his picks. He needed an edge. We've needed it since 23, an edge on the right side. Mm-hmm. He hasn't done it. He said we don't need it. Well, it proves to him he's wrong. We would have won that game if we would have had a couple of stops. We didn't get it.
Yeah. I mean, I think
Not
for the
about our
whole
offense.
game, how many stops total did the Lions have in the entire game? Drives that didn't end in points.
I think 2.
You might be right.
2
2 or
or
3 without double checking. That
Right.
checks. Yeah. Look, you're putting your offense in a position where they have to be nearly perfect. I don't envy it. You're not setting up for success. You don't have the personnel up front of the offense to be perfect anymore. And it's what really draws the attention to empty possessions in the third quarter. John, how many?
4 possessions.
4 possessions where the Rams didn't score points. I think the Lions had 4 possessions where they didn't score points as well.
Right, including the missed field goal and then the
plus
3 punts.
Punt to start the second half. All right, we got more room for you guys on the phones. TJ Lang going to join us at 9 o'clock. We've got Overreact Gyms at 8:35. It's 97.1.
Hey Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United State Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-Verizon/.
Every law firm talks about experience.
We do have Red Wing tickets to give away this hour on the show for their game tomorrow night against the New York Islanders. Here's how you win. You listen all hour, and at some point you'll hear a drop. You'll hear Gov say, hey, who doesn't want free wings? When you hear it, you call in, you win a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings.
Yeah. Heather answered that question.
Me.
Because you don't eat
I mean, I guess
chicken
I'd
wings?
take them. I'd give them to someone.
Okay.
Colin eat them.
Yeah.
For tickets and event info, NHL.com/Red Wings. We'll have tickets today. We'll have tickets tomorrow. And we'll have Lions tickets on Wednesday for their final home game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Talking about the Lions, I said one of my big takeaways from that game is they are certifiably pretenders. It's a chance to see how you stack up a measuring stick game, as Jared Goff put it. It didn't measure up. Dan Campbell said it after the game. You saw what the best in the NFC looks like, and we're not there. And it was the same story when they played Green Bay twice and Philly this season. They're pretenders. You can't go 90 days in season without winning back-to-back games and be anything but pretenders. Pretenders for the Super Bowl, pretenders to make the playoffs. Odds are they're out right now. They'd have to string together consecutive victories to get it done. 248-539-9797. Text says, we lost to arguably the best team in football. We were 5.5-point dogs, and they won by 7, and somehow the sky is falling, ?
So I'm at a different space than you are. I don't think the sky is falling. I think you have 3 winnable games in front of you. The problem is you don't control your own destiny. You need Chicago to lose to Green Bay, who just lost Micah Parsons, and you need Chicago to lose to San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, you can say it's not sky is falling because that sounds like dramatic. I would say being 2 games out of a playoff spot with 3 weeks to go is pretty dramatic.
It's not ideal.
Yeah. This one says, John, I'm not sure how you can sit across from Cookies and listen to his smarmy attitude without ripping his head off. Such a negative Nancy Cookies. To which I would ask, why haven't you ripped my head off? And 2, on a more serious note, shouldn't it be negative right now?
Well,
doesn't
I haven't ripped your head off, and especially now because I see what it looks like when you're on TV in a courtroom. I would rather not be there.
Oh, you don't want to be in the white jumpsuit?
Yes.
So happy to still have head attached to torso.
Although I will respond to that texter and say, I know it would feel so good. So good.
You don't have to lie. I'm sure you've thought of it. But, John, the last point about negative Nancy, I mean, I'll own it, I guess. I'm not going to shine a turd. Like, it should be negative right now. Like, it should be negative when we talk about the Detroit Lions. Losing is inherently bad. Being out of the playoffs is bad. I don't know why you thought you would tune in after a loss and think you were going to get positive. Negative is the appropriate reaction right now.
Right. There's no moral victories. I'm not going to look at this game and say, well, it was, hey, the Super Bowl favorites. It's the number 1 team in the NFC, and boy, you played really good. You were almost there. What frustrates me is that you were almost there, and there were opportunities to win this game. That's the issue that I have. That's why I'm frustrated. But it also gives me the belief, and I know you like to shoot this down, but there are 3 winnable games. I'm not saying that they win all 3. I believe that those are 3 winnable games.
I'd meet you there. I'd say they're winnable games. I'm not intimidated by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Minnesota, you'd hope you could split with that team this season, right? I know it's on the road. You'd hope you could split with them this season. And Chicago's not unstoppable. They rely on a lot of turnovers. They're getting 2 per game. Now, to their credit, they're not collapsing. They find ways to win. They may beat Green Bay this week. That's the issue here is, on one hand, I'm not sure Detroit is capable of winning all 3 of these games with their flaws, and I'm not sure they're going to need the help. They're going to get the help that they need. So I think those 2 things together paint a pretty bleak picture. Now, it doesn't mean don't play the games. They got bills to pay. They're still going to play the games. I'm not telling you don't watch the games. I'm going to be right there on the couch on Sunday watching. But just be honest about who they are and what they are. They're not the contenders we set out for them to be. They're not the contenders they've been in previous seasons. They're not that football team anymore. And pretenders may sound harsh, but it's fitting. They pretend to be a contender. They're not a real one. Let's get to Eric on a cell. Eric, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, what's going on, Jansen? Jansen and Costa, you guys are great, man. First of all, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you too.
Hey, there's a couple of things here real quick. I just wanted to, I guess my biggest point is, why is Dan Blandino every week, I tune into this Lions game, and I hear this man speak when they bring him on or they bring him up, and he's always kind of confused at the call.
Well, I was confused. We were all confused, weren't you?
Yeah, I was very confused. I still am confused. Even my wife said the guy's down part of the 1 yard line.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So anybody can see that. And then you got Dave, even afterwards, he's still confused. I just don't understand why we're taking the time out of the game to go get this thing right, to get it wrong still.
Yeah.
It's a little bit confusing to me in that aspect. Jansen, you guys have spoken this a few times over the last few weeks of these the refs and this this is your only job. This is what you guys do for a living. When you're on your downtime, you're practicing to be a better referee. You're reading the books or whatever you got to do. You're getting paid the right amount of money, whatever that number is.
Well, they should be. It's not their only job right now.
And that's crazy. I didn't really know that until I heard you say that a couple weeks ago, John. Yeah. And I think that's pretty wild to me. I can't believe these guys aren't making $150,000, $200,000 to do what they're
with what's at stake, with how important these games are, with how many millions and billions are riding on results of these games. To his point, the broadcast seemed completely baffled. They come back from a commercial, they're showing it again. This has become all too common, not just on the Lions game, where the rules expert who's hired specifically to know the rules presents it, and then
it goes
the other way.
And so if there's not a great angle, and so here's where I had an issue with this one is there wasn't a great angle to see if the ball was moving. And so if you're going to say that he lost possession and then regained it after he scored the touchdown, like how do you know it didn't touch the ground at some point? Because you couldn't see it. Mm-hmm. And where he was down, his knee and the ball was short of the goal line. Now, I don't care. Do I think if they called him down that LA was going to come out and with 4 plays from the 6-inch line that they weren't going to score?
They're probably scoring, given how they scored damn near every drive all day.
But the point is, when you see the replay,
it doesn't add up.
The least, the one that you the answer that you thought was least possible was the one that they came back with.
Yeah, you're like, I could see a world where this is ruled just a catch. I could also see a world where it's ruled not a catch. Yeah. I can't see the world where it's ruled a catch, but the play's not over. He bobbles it, still called a catch, gets in the end zone, called a touchdown.
Right.
Yeah, it was. You understand why everybody was very confused. Let's get to Heather with the news. Oh, sorry. No, well, let's do it.
Want to do it?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So a DoorDash driver is behind bars and is facing multiple felony charges after allegedly dousing a customer's order with pepper spray.
Oh.
So there's video because it's all captured on the customer's doorbell camera. So you can see this. The thing is that the customers didn't see that video before they consumed some of the food. It was a husband and wife. They both ate some, instantly felt sick, right? Something was off. I think they said there was a burning sensation, their throat, their mouth, their nose, and then they both vomited.
Yikes.
Well, they were able to track her down. She's from Kentucky, but she was in Indiana because she was staying with her father and was just door dashing while she was there. She said, I wasn't spraying their food. I was spraying a spider. I'm terrified of spiders, she said. So she was spraying a spider.
With pepper spray. Seems a little overkill.
Yeah.
The investigators say we don't really believe that it was so cold that evening. The spider most likely would not be out of a crawl space. Like it was. Yeah. There's no spiders. Anyway, she failed to show up for an in-person interview and she was arrested. She's been charged with 4 felonies, including 2 counts of battery resulting in moderate injury, 2 counts of consumer product tampering.
Well, okay.
Yikes.
If you were spraying a spider
Yes.
and you accidentally hit the food,
Yes.
wouldn't you say, oh my gosh, I made a huge mistake. You can't eat this. I just sprayed the whole bag with pepper spray?
You would think you would do that. I know
Yeah.
you would do that for sure, John, but there's other people out there that could spray a spider and just be like, they'll be fine. I don't know what she was thinking,
No,
but
it doesn't
crazy.
make sense.
Legendary director Rob Reiner and his wife of 36 years, Michelle, were found murdered in their LA home Sunday, and the suspected killer is their son. So according to a report, they were killed during an argument with their 32-year-old son, Nick. It's unclear what the argument was about that triggered this violence, but reports say they were discovered by their daughter, who told police a family member was responsible. It's just a tragic story. Obviously, nobody's been arrested yet. By the way, Nick, the son, is still being questioned by authorities as far as I've seen. But Rob was a director of so many iconic films, and he's being remembered. You know, he was from The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Stand By Me, Misery, A Few Good Men. The list goes on. And those who knew him and worked with him have been expressing their shock and also paying tribute to him online. So many actors, actresses that have worked with him are just devastated and shocked by this news, and they're just remembering him from what a great man he was. Police in Detroit got into the holiday spirit and brought smiles to a ton of kids' faces in the second annual Shop with a Cop event. So 20 children got to go on a $250 shopping spree at Meijer on Saturday. And the Shop with a Cop program, it's in partnership with Detroit PAL and Detroit Police, and it was created to serve a dual purpose. It was created to create positive interactions with law enforcement, with the youth and the community, as well as helping families during the holiday season. So a really cool event. The kids were obviously, you get to go shopping on a shopping spree at Meijer.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. You heard the news. 2 people were killed. 9 others were wounded in a shooting at Brown University on Saturday. And while a person of interest had been taken into custody, he has since been released. Police say that while some degree of evidence had pointed to that person, he was a 24-year-old man, it now points, they say, in a different direction. But they do not have anybody else in custody. They have said the public is safe, but the gunman is still on the loose. And when it comes to the victims, they were all students. And then of the 9 who were treated for gunshot injuries, 6 are in critical but stable condition. 1 is in critical condition, 1 is stable, and 1 has been discharged.
It's tragic stuff. It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner. Brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
All right, let's get after it. He lost the game, but Phillip Rivers' performance was a win for washed-up athletes everywhere. He threw a touchdown pass. He led a drive in the final 2 minutes to take the lead. I wouldn't call what he was doing moving in the pocket, but he lumbered around well enough. John, a win for you and all washed-up athletes.
Well, let's be careful how you use the term washed up athletes. Ones that are currently not on a team, yes.
Lovingly.
It is a huge win for all of us that still believe we've got that one game, that one season, maybe even just one play to give it the best for our team, and we might be the best option. Hell yeah, it's not an overreaction.
Yes, it's given hope to all. And for John, now he's got a third job opportunity after seeing Rivers yesterday. He could either leave us to go to Michigan and coach them, leave us and go to Michigan to be the athletic director, or help the Lions interior line. Can you replace Cologne?
Sure. Yes, I can get to a linebacker.
You're the slob. You're the gross one. If Josh Allen doesn't win the Super Bowl this year, he never will. He doesn't have to deal with the boogeyman, his nemesis. Mahomes and the Chiefs will miss the playoffs, and Mahomes got a torn ACL too. Lamar's on the outside looking in. Who are the big threats? Drake May, who they just beat in Foxborough? Drake May in his second season. Bo Nix in his second season. This is as good a chance as Allen has had. If he doesn't do it now, he never will.
Overreaction. If he doesn't do it this year, it may be his best chance. It's not going to be his only chance. And it may, when it's all said and done, not be his best chance. We don't know what the years to come will be. He's still so young. Out of all the quarterbacks in the league, I think he is certainly one of the top three. If he's on your team, you got a chance to win every single game. This is a complete overreaction.
Yeah, I think this is one of your biggest overreactions ever. He's going to be turning 30 going in the next year. They've got a great shot this year. You're right about the boogeyman and Mahomes being out of the way. But look, you see the guy who played yesterday against us, Matthew Stafford? There's a lot of time left in Josh Allen's career to get a Super Bowl.
Has he lost every year to Mahomes in the playoffs? Is that the team that's knocked him out every time?
No, the Bengals did. Burrow went up and beat him.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Kenna Maeda. And Burrow's not in the playoffs either. Speaking of playoff runs, I don't see the Packers making much of one. They are no longer a Super Bowl threat. The Micah Parsons injury puts all the pressure on Jordan Love, and you know how I feel about Jordan Love. He had 2 picks yesterday. The end of that game was pick, turnover on downs, turnover on downs. If it's about Love, it's not going anywhere.
So this is a matter of you got to check your premise. And if your premise was they were a Super Bowl threat, then yeah, I think they're no longer a Super Bowl threat. I didn't think they were a Super Bowl threat to begin with. They ultimately, I think, are going to win the NFC North. They may win a game in the postseason, but I don't see them as a team that's going to even make it to the NFC Championship game, let alone the Super Bowl. So I'm not sure if I could label this overreaction or not, but it's just, no, I don't think they're a threat.
Yeah, this is not an overreaction, and I'm with John. I never thought they were a threat. I thought they could maybe get to the NFC Championship game, but what would hold them back, even with Parsons, is Jordan Love. 2 turnovers yesterday. He's turned the ball over in the playoffs. It just is who he is.
Liam Cohen. Shout out Duval. He's resurrected Trevor Lawrence's career, and it's not just because of the 5 touchdown passes yesterday. He's gone 3 straight games without an interception. They're pacing for 12 wins led by Trevor Lawrence.
So I'm not necessarily going to say it resurrected his career. I think we could look back and say that this year is where it started, and we could look back and say, yeah, okay, that was true. He's playing better. There's no question. There are a lot of things that you got to get over when you've, especially after the hit that he took last year and the couple of years that he's had. His best year statistically was his second year, where he was through 25 touchdowns, over 4,000 yards, only 8 interceptions. He's got more interceptions, not as many touchdowns yet.
Looked like he was dead, though. His career was on the vine.
Yeah, and I think it's more Liam Cohen has resurrected the Jaguars, and I do believe that better days for Trevor Lawrence are in the future.
Yeah, I think this is a major overreaction to yesterday's stat line, 6 touchdowns total. Here's where he ranks in completion percentage. He's 30th in the league. He had 59.7%. Anything under 60 in NFL is horrendous. He's 24th in QB rating, 21st in QBR. Not in the top 20 in any of those? Come on. There's no resurrection here.
They tried. The Cincinnati Bengals are the worst franchise in the NFL. Don't know if you guys saw this yesterday, but it snowed in the Midwest and it was snowing in Cincinnati. And rather than remove that snow, the franchise decided, let the fans deal with it. The fans who are still showing up to their team, the fans who watched 0 points be scored were told, figure it out. You're required to remove the snow from NFL rules. Some have speculated, they'd rather pay the fine because that's cheaper than removing it themselves. If that's even a theory you would float, you're a bum-ass franchise.
Okay, that may be true, but I don't think they're the worst in the NFL.
Who is?
Tennessee Titans. And, I mean, they have completely – look at what Mike Vrabel is doing now. And if you just simply don't have any patience and you're going to sit there and say, well, you know, he's not winning here. He at one point was a number 1 overall seed. They had one of the best running backs who's still a good running back in Derrick Henry. You trade him away, you fire your coach, and then you go out there and you maybe have a bust as a number 1. I'm not going to call him a bust yet in Cam Ward, but it doesn't look like he's going to be a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I think they're the cheapest franchise in the league, the Bengals, and they nickel and dime things that shouldn't be nickel dime in a multi-billion-dollar industry. But they're not the worst. I agree with John. It's the Titans. They're so irrelevant. They might have blown their number 1 pick overall on a QB that we just don't know about. And the firing of Mike Vrabel, how haunting is that?
I'm with the Mafia. Give you a 2-for-1 on the Bengals. They need to fire their coach. And it might not be his fault entirely. But even with Burrow, they're not winning these games. Burrow's not having fun anymore. You need to re-energize this franchise, and it would start by hiring a new head coach.
It all depends on who's got control of the roster. How much say does he have with the general manager in regards to protecting their number 1 asset? They keep paying receivers, they keep paying skilled guys, but they're not going to protect Joe Burrow. Like, he's been hurt ever since he's made the Super Bowl. He's been hurt every single year. You can't continue to do that. So some of it, obviously lies with Zach Taylor, but I don't know what you're expecting him to do when you're going out there with backup quarterback and you're talking about old guy quarterback. I mean, that was the original old guy quarterback before Phillip Rivers came back.
This is not an overreaction. I think he should be fired. It reminds me of Dan Quinn with the Falcons. They got to a Super Bowl and then they went back down. I think he's probably a decent offensive mind and I would love to see him maybe potentially be an offensive coordinator candidate with the Lions, seriously. But it's time to move on from Taylor. They reached their top with him, and I don't see how they would ever get back to the top. And this is such an attractive job because of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins for an offensive genius that they could really hit a home run with a coaching hire. And I wouldn't be surprised that if they do fire Taylor, that they would explore Ryan Day, who has NFL blood in him.
Do me. The Detroit Lions are a soft football team. Who you are shows up in the toughest moments, and this team is not tough enough on either line of scrimmage. The Rams came in and bullied the Detroit Lions. 150 yards, got it their way any way they wanted. Critical short yardage situations, red zone, just run the ball. Detroit can't stop you. And that's with a healthy front seven, so I don't want to hear about injuries. We also know what the Lions' offense has been this year. The inability to run the ball in big games. John, their toughness has eroded. They are now a soft football team.
The worst thing that you can ever call a football player or a football team is soft. I'm not ready to go there with this team. They may not be as physical as they were the last couple of years. I think we can all identify that. But I'm not ready to say that they're a soft franchise, a soft team. I'm not going to call any individual soft. I have guys that I like more than others, but I'm not ready to call them soft. Them are fighting words.
This is not an overreaction. As long as I can change the word to softer. I don't think they're like a soft team.
Sure, we can reword all the questions.
Yeah, but here's the deal.
Oh, jeez.
How soft?
I got some turds going, okay? They're definitely softer. They're not bullies like they used to be before, and that goes to loss of talent to a degree, but they've gotten away from their identity because I think that was a backbone, and it's because of poor drafting, and that's allowed teams like Green Bay and Chicago to catch them. And I just look at those 3 losses against Green Bay and then Minnesota. Mm-hmm. They were out physical.
Yeah,
they just were, and they've got to find a way. And I don't know if look, you don't just go draft tough guys; you go draft talent. but they definitely need to get that physicality back because that was the DNA of this team.
Those are your overreact gyms. TJ Lang's going to join us at 9 o'clock. It's 97.1.
Hey, we still got football tonight, and if you're getting ready for the Monday night game, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. And with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight on Monday Night Football, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBT. That's a profit boost token for the Dolphins at Steelers. And you know we're all going to be watching because the next opponent for the Detroit Lions is the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's right. You can get in all the action tonight with a 30% PBT Monday Night Football. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any and every snap. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, a max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We'll get some of TJ Lang's thoughts coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. He has his notes, and we'll get to some of the big storylines from the Lions game. Still got room to take your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. John, some of the responses that we're getting from people, this team is absolutely a bunch of pretenders. The only team they've beaten that still has a winning record, the Chicago Bears. Getting destroyed by a trash Vikings team and needing OT to beat the Giants. Even if they made the playoffs, they can't beat anybody worth a damn. They won't even beat the Packers without Parsons.
Obviously, Parsons doesn't play offense, and Jordan Love, that offense, found a way to put up a number of yards and a number of scores on this defense. I would like to see him without Parsons.
How does that change the dynamic, Parsons' injury? Because they're going to play the Bears this week, and that spreads 1.5 in Chicago. Green Bay slight favorites. What's Green Bay's final 3 games? What's their record is what I'm asking. So they're going to play the Bears, they're going to play the Ravens, and they're going to play the Vikings.
Right.
The Parsons injury, still going to go 2-1? Most likely?
Yeah.
It could go 3-0.
They could go 3-0. And honestly, it's
so I don't think Detroit's chasing Green Bay because Green Bay's probably getting 2 more wins, already up 2 games.
So they'd have to lose all 3, and we'd have to win all 3.
Yeah,
because of the tiebreaker.
Yeah, it doesn't really help us.
And this really hurts to say.
Wait a minute. If Green Bay goes 2-1, they're 10-6-1. If the Lions win out, they're in ahead of them because of the tie.
Yes.
They're
that damn tie throws everything off. But yes, I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, yes, they're 9-4-1 right now. If they lose out, then we have to win out. Or they can win one game.
No, yeah,
You're right.
Yeah, they can win one. Yeah.
Okay. The issue becomes if they lose to Green Bay, I'm sorry, if they lose to Chicago and they win out,
they're 2-1.
And it makes it harder for the Lions to catch the Bears. Because if they beat San Francisco,
if the Bears beat the Packers, which is what we're saying is more likely because of the Parsons injury,
right,
and then the Bears beat the Niners, it's in San Francisco, but hell, I'd give them a shot to win that game.
Sure.
Then Chicago gets to how many wins? 12?
Yes.
And Detroit can't get to 12.
Can't get to 12.
So that's how it impacts us.
Right. And so,
and then you have to catch
quite
the
honestly,
Packers in that world.
Again, I was going to say, this pains me to say, but let's just say, you need to root for Chicago to lose.
Not Green Bay to win.
Right. You need to root for Chicago to lose.
All right, let's get to some phone calls. Josh, you actually wanted to talk about this, so we'll let you lead off right now. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Yeah, real quick. Gov, you're kind of a prophet. You said that the college football sells with drama, and we just got the biggest drama series ever dumped on us last week, so thank you for that. But with the NFL and the Packers, I was bringing up in the call is I feel like we need the Packers to lose because if the Packers just win 2 games, that tie is going to keep us out of the playoffs. So the Bears, in all honesty, we need the Bears to win out so the 18th game doesn't matter to them. Essentially, that's what ideally we want. And then we can beat the Bears to get into the playoffs because we can't get in.
But not necessarily. Like Josh, so again, we're all kind of doing math on the fly here, and that tie can be tricky. If the Packers, you're saying, lose to the Bears, that's a good thing. But the problem is if the Packers go 2-1, that gets them to 11-5-1, and Detroit can't catch them.
Well, yeah, but if the Bears get to 12 wins, we can't catch them anyway.
Right.
But them beating the Packers would help us essentially because that just gives the Packers another loss because
right, but you got to ask yourself,
division's gone.
Well, yeah, divisions, it feels out the window. Who are you more likely to catch? And because you play the Bears, I still think it's
still
the Bears. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's still the Bears. And if it's the Bears, then you want them to lose to Green Bay because they are the team you're more likely to catch.
Right.
You
and
play
so
them head to head.
If the Bears lose, if Green Bay loses to the Bears, are they likely to lose against the Ravens?
I don't think so.
Or are they likely to lose against the Vikings?
No, so they would block us.
So, yes, they block you. The Bears,
if they beat Green Bay,
they lose to Green Bay,
I get what you're doing, yeah.
Are they more likely to lose to San Francisco than Green Bay
without knowing
losing?
the spread, I would assume so, yes.
So that's your best in terms of odds, and I know you love your odds and you love your percentages.
I love doing all that.
Yeah.
So if you're not thoroughly confused, you're welcome.
Yeah,
and if
who's
you
on
are
first?
thoroughly confused, I'm sorry. Let's go to Bobby in Dearborn. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I wanted to, my question is linked to what I need to ask you guys. If you can get a statistic of the 6 losses and Gibbs' touches and his involvement in the offense. My question to you is, do you think Gibbs needs to sign back with Detroit? Because obviously they don't know what they got. And from my personal opinion, he's the best player most talented and the best player on the team. And Detroit does him a disservice, just like they did Sanders. They never got him talent around. Of course, he was great, and he could, he's one of the best running backs ever. But how in the heck do you not fashion some type of strategy around Gibbs to get him that damn ball? I literally do not like Campbell now for how he has treated this guy. Now, if you ever
I have the numbers just so you don't get too far down this train of thought. Gibbs got twice the carries at Montgomery, 13-7, basically twice the carries at Montgomery, and he caught 4 passes. He was targeted 7 times in the passing game, so that's 20 plays of offense where he carried the ball or was thrown the football.
Right. And is this in the losses or what?
No, this is just the last game.
Right. Now, my point is this. How is it you got the most? Do they know they got one of the greatest running backs I've ever seen? This guy has scored 47 touchdowns.
Yeah, he gets the ball a lot. Bobby, I'm not really sure where this phone call is going.
They ran 61 plays. He was targeted, whether it was with the ball or handed the ball, on 20 of those. That's a third of the plays.
Okay. Now, from a statistic standpoint and how it looks all together, I got that. My point is this. When they came out and they went down 27-24, why are you throwing the damn ball? You're not down by 10 now, and you don't put Gibbs in the game. Involve him in throwing the ball or whatever it is.
He played a lot, Bobby. In fact, the opposite phone calls we've been getting today, that they should have gone to Montgomery more.
Yeah.
My thing is, you got the most talented running back. You mean to tell me you can't game plan around anything? Running outside, you running him
Bobby, to a detriment, painfully, they were giving him the football, even when it wasn't working.
Yeah.
Right, John? I mean,
the
that
issue
second
isn't
half.
Gibbs.
Yeah.
The issue is the blocking in front of him. Yeah. And, when you look at, throwing him the ball, throwing the ball 7 times. Now, some of those, Jared Goff, the screen is set up and he throws the ball at his feet, right? It's not a legitimate target. He was just the one that was closest to him, or he's throwing the ball away. I understand that not all of those are catchable balls, but he's a huge part of this offense.
It's a kind of a bizarre phone call, to be honest. Gibbs was heavily involved. It just wasn't effective, and I'm not blaming him, but you can't call in the next day and go, I wish they were giving Gibbs the ball more when 20 of the 60 offensive plays.
Right,
or
he needs to go sign somewhere else because we're not doing enough for his career.
Okay. Pretty sure Birchie had a stat on Sunday that his touches have soared since Dan Campbell took over the play calling. TJ Lang will join us next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. With the loss to the Rams yesterday, the Lions' playoff chances have now dipped below 50% with just 3 games remaining. They will need to get healthy for those games, but the added insult to injury from yesterday's loss was the status of Amik Robertson. The Lions' lead cornerback left the game early with a hand injury. He then was seen with his hand in a brace or sling under his shirt as he left the locker room after the game. Dan Campbell said last night they won't know more on the injury until today. The Pistons are back tonight after a win over the Hawks on Friday on a 3-game win streak. Detroit heads to Boston to take on the Celtics, who just had a 5-game win streak of their own snapped. Tonight's game tips off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Jeremy Otto will host pregame coverage at 6:35. Both Michigan and Michigan State basketball were victorious over the weekend. It was not a comfortable win for either team on Saturday as the Spartans barely squeaked by Penn State, and Michigan had to overcome a 9-point deficit in College Park to defeat Maryland. Also, Michigan is still in search of a new football coach. More and more candidates are slowly being removed from likelihood as Kalen DeBoer at Alabama and Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State appear to be staying put. A former Michigan coach is now the new favorite. Jed Fish is the current head coach at Washington, but he spent 2015 and 2016 in Ann Arbor under Jim Harbaugh. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
He is TJ Lang, and he joins us for the last hour on Mondays. Good morning, 97.1 Lions.
Hey, who doesn't want free wings?
That too. Lions, measuring stick game, as they called it, did not measure up. We know TJ takes notes. He's there on the game days. He's in the booth. TJ, we want to get some of your thoughts on how that game went down and let you kind of take it from there.
Sorry, I'm having...
You're good.
That's all right. Yeah, I know. You're low on sleep. What time did you get back last night?
About 4. I think I was in bed by about 5. So
you could have just done the first hour with us.
Bushy-tailed. Yep.
Okay.
I normally say something stupid when I'm deprived of sleep. I will try not to do that today.
Oh, no, it's fun. Please do.
We like that.
I tend to say things stupid whether I've slept for 2 hours or 10 hours, though. So, that game got away. Most games, I think, are tales of two halves, right? You go into halftime, you make adjustments, come out. Chance for momentum swings, definitely saw that yesterday. Kind of weird, kind of felt like it started right at the end of the first half where, there's 20 seconds left and you let up a big play. And even those 3 points got it back to a 1-score game instead of going in there feeling up 10 where you probably have a different feel at that point. I'm not saying you go in there dejected by any means, but and look, you did a good job out of half. You kept that to a field goal where you knew that you were probably going to get their best punch. And then the offense just couldn't do anything, man. It just it's literally when you hear coach say, man, one play here, one play there, there's nothing more true. And when you watch those third quarter series, started moving the ball, started finding something in the run game. Oh, boom, holding call. Now we're backed up, and now we can't dig ourselves out of the hole. And next series you get, Kobe Turner said, okay, I'm sick of getting blocked by your third string left guard. I'm going to disrupt this game. And puts a hell of a hit on Jared Goff on the attempt down the field where J-Mo just missed.
Yeah, it would have been a heroic catch.
It would have been a hell of a catch, man. Missed opportunity
too. Yeah,
missed opportunity, but that was, if you didn't have the pressure, is that ball maybe a little bit more on J-Mo potentially. And next play I think he had to sack on second down. You're looking at third and forever, and it's like, man, when your defense is starting to – when the opposing team, when you know that they're capable of being potent, they're capable of scoring points every single drive. Offense, you can't go back-to-back like that to start the second half, right? And just dug yourself a hole and couldn't climb out of it, right? You scored 4 in the first half. You scored 10 in the second half, and one was a late touchdown to kind of, make it look a little bit cleaner. And because then the Rams go down and they did what they did. They go back and score, go up 14 points. So it was just it was frustrating to watch. And defense, man, you can't win games like that. It's 3 in a row now where you've allowed over 30 points. Yesterday was obviously over 40. That's difficult. That's just so difficult, especially when you're asking. And look, I don't mind putting more pressure on the offense because of some of the injuries that you got defensively, but it's just it's stressful when you got to go out there and feel like you're scoring that many points, where you feel like your margin for error is literally
zero,
nothing, because the defense is just not getting the job done. And look, I thought LA clearly, I don't know how it looked on TV. To me, in person, clearly looked like the more physically dominant team, which I can't remember the last time I said that about a Dan Campbell team. both sides of the ball. Offense, you couldn't run the ball, and defense, they were just kind of gashing you for those 4 or 5, and then all of a sudden, the big ones, you start to over pursue, and they break a couple big ones out on the edge, and that's what it looked like to me. It looked like they just were outmatched in the trenches on both sides of the football, and I can't remember last time that's happened, because even the Philly game, offensive line clearly didn't have their best game, but you watch, our defensive line actually did pretty good. I mean, you held them to 16 points that game, right?
Yeah.
You bottled up
272
Barkley.
yards.
Normally you play complimentary football where, hey, these guys are struggling, we got to pick them up. It just didn't happen enough yesterday. And that's, man, when you play good teams like that, I think we can all agree, probably the best in the NFC right now.
Yep.
You can't play that style of football.
And the
for
only
60
time
minutes.
I felt like that was in the third quarter. That's where I felt
that's where it started.
Both offensive and defensive lines got bullied.
Yeah, I think that's where it
and
started,
I was just surprised.
17-0 was the third quarter.
Yeah,
and that's a game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean you got to find ways to get fast scores, right? Because now once you get up 14 and you're in the fourth quarter, it's us versus the clock now, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that it's kind of been a trend in some of the losses that we've seen with the Lions, and it's a tough position, man. Now you're really in a hole. Now coach said, hey, a couple weeks ago we dug ourselves a hole. We're going to find Cowboys game was okay, a little bit of fight there, but just at this time of the year, to not be playing your best football, to not, to still talking about the same mistakes that you've been talking about all season long, and especially for the last 8 or 9 games now, it's that is just, that's not what you want. You want to be firing on all cylinders right now, and clearly there's something keeping this team from putting together, back-to-back really impressive performances.
Were you surprised at all when Cologne had a couple of series that they struggled to start the second half, that they didn't go back to Miles Frazier?
I think right after and look, I'm not big on rotating offensive linemen, John. I don't know. You're that's a position where you need to get in the flow of the game. You need to get the feel of the game. Hey, I need reps. The more reps I can get, the more comfortable I'm going to feel against my matchup, whoever that defensive tackle or defensive end is. I'm not a big believer in it, because if you go, you can have a great series and then all of a sudden, it's his turn. I got to go sit down for 15, 20 minutes and try to reset my adrenaline and my focus and get my body back ready. I'm just not a big fan of doing that. But yes, I was, because I didn't really get a feel throughout the entire game to say oh man, you have a hole there, you have an issue at left guard. Clearly, back-to-back plays in the third quarter where one was a big hit and one was a sack. Those are crippling plays to an offense. So, but I was surprised, because I think I don't know if Miles Frazier came back the rest of the game.
No, he didn't.
I think I was trying to keep an eye on it. Maybe
13?
he did.
He had 13 plays. I think they were all in the first half.
Okay, which I'm not going to challenge coaches. They obviously know more than we do, right?
Sure.
They see we see these guys for 3 hours a week. They see them for the other 160 whatever.
Right. Yeah. They know more about their players than we do.
Right. So I'm not gonna question that decision. But yes, I was surprised, just because the couple of the plays that Cologne had were just so visual, and I'm sure that they probably showed 10 different replays of Jared getting hit and then Jared getting sacked on second down, which is a nightmare for an offensive lineman. But yeah, I think I didn't really feel like Miles Frazier was a problem when he was in there. No. But you'll do the same as me once we go back and kind of rewatch the game, get a better feel for it.
I think if you told people the Lions defense was going to give up some big chunk plays, you go, well, Stafford against defense missing 2 safeties in a corner, I get it. But TJ, their front seven was fully healthy to get run on that way. I think that's what was jarring about it.
Yeah, and once again, I know that's a really tough team to pass rush against, because they just do so much with their tight ends and keeping so many bodies that you are getting. It's not an excuse, but it's you have to force them into third and longs and get them into shotgun, which they did at times, and it's kind of been the motto of the season when we talk about the pass rush is when the coverage is really good, nobody's getting home, and then somebody's going to come open eventually. Or when they run a stunt, a TE, and the defensive end is unblocked, the coverage isn't holding up, and there's a guy wide open. Right? There's been no. Coach always talks about a marriage. There's been no marriage between that consistent enough to allow those guys to get home and affect the play, affect the quarterback enough. I didn't feel like, and I thought you really had some matchups yesterday where I was a little bit surprised that the Lions' defensive line didn't have more success when it came to trying to get in the backfield and affect Matthew Stafford. But
That's a good line, but it's not great.
Yeah, but you never made them uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like you never made Sean McVay on their side going, okay, guys, hey, we got a plan B, right? Like we're getting out of this. We can't run the ball. We're just going 5 wide, and we're going to start slinging this thing. He did a good job of mixing some things up, but you're right, and that game had the feel to it. Whoever was going to win the ground game and dominate, and establish some physicality there and control the clock and keep the opposing defense guessing, right, with the play action passes and keeping the playbook wide open. That's exactly what the Rams did. So the defense, man, like it's just didn't do enough to affect the quarterback. Didn't do enough to get them out of what they wanted to do with their bread and butter. And obviously the Rams showed you why they're probably the best team in the NFC right now, man. They're going to take advantage of that, and they did.
Want to get your thoughts on a whole bunch of the big storylines that we've been discussing all morning long. We'll do that coming up next. How about Katie in Detroit on the phones, though? You want to bring up the officiating?
Yes. So it ended up being a 1-touchdown game. All right. Now, that being said, in the one play where they're coming down and that amazing catch that the Rams, I don't know if it was the running back or the wide receiver.
The tight end.
But
yeah, it was Parkins,
tight end.
the one right
Okay,
on the
thank
goal
you.
line. Yeah.
Yes. We had an uproar going on in our house because of that being called as a touchdown even in the first place. I'm not taking away that the Rams played a great game, but there's plenty of calls that should have been made on our end that were not made.
Yeah,
And
that one was wild.
It ended up being a 1-touchdown game.
Katie, I'm going to wait until I get a
So-
better angle to reserve judgment if the knee was down at the 1 or 2 yard line. I feel like we didn't get a good look at that.
Yeah.
But Katie, no, you're right. Like because geez, just watching the clip even this morning, if your rules expert has to come on and say, "Okay, I'm going to try to explain this to the best of my ability," like you're like trying to cover for something, right? That was question. Nobody's arguing with you. That was
I think we could
questionable.
all say they botched that call.
It didn't cost them the game.
Having
though.
said that,
No,
let's say it's only a catch and not a touchdown. They're a yard out. Let's say it wasn't a catch. It was only first down, and they had their way with Detroit all day.
I heard some rumblings yesterday after the game from some people about, was there like a blatant pass interference on the long shot to J-Mo? Was arm getting held or something? Like there was some people that were kind of like, okay, man, that was like
It
a
looked
pretty
like
obvious
maybe
one.
he was tripped. Are you talking about the one that would have
I'm
been an
talking about
unbelievable
play.
catch?
Yes.
Yeah, it looked to me like maybe he got the defender as he was going down, diving for J-Mo, hit his feet, and that caused his body to twitch a little bit, which made the catch harder. I don't think I would have called it pass interference.
I don't think there was. I'm not saying there was complaining yesterday, but there was like, man, like, geez, what do we got to do to get some of these calls?
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, Jared Goff gets no calls. By the way,
I know.
I don't know if
He
he's
gets brutalized.
mean to the referees or what, but some of the shots that he takes is just like, oh my goodness, like I can't remember the last time
he got a roughing the passer call. Yeah.
Got to butter these officials
Be a
up
little
better.
nicer, man.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, we'll keep talking to TJ. Keep talking to you guys. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Hey, congrats to Jason in St. Clair Shores. Won those Red Wing tickets for tomorrow night's game against the New York Islanders. We'll have more tickets to give away tomorrow for Wednesday's game. And middle of the week, we've got a pair of tickets for the Lions home finale against the Pittsburgh Steelers. You want to get Red Wing tickets? NHL.com/Red Wings. Got TJ Lang in studio.
That's a more joyful topic. Can we talk about the Red Wings?
Yeah, let's talk about John Gibson. Let's talk about a West Coast trip. You know we got to talk about the
We're pretty
Lions.
close to being full-time hockey season.
Oh, you excited?
Actually, 1 week away. No, because that means football season.
Yeah,
will be over.
exactly. Yeah, football season for us locally.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, one step closer to March.
It's like talking to
Sorry.
some guys yesterday. It's just like you could tell they were down, man. Like, you know, it was quiet locker room. Always is after a loss, but it was. It quickly just went to like a screw it. Like, let's just win next week, man. See what happens, right? Like, it's all you really can do.
Yeah,
and it sucks, you know, with 3 weeks left to be fully against the wall, but.
So do you want to ask him your trigger words?
Oh, yeah,
Please.
that's great. I wrote down a bunch of questions I think that could trigger TJ. The first,
he's closer than to you than I am, so I'm just saying exercise caution.
When I ask the questions, I'll ask
You already answered these?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. All right, first question. Can we say the Lions are pretenders?
Those are fighting words.
TJ, when you play the best and you
Look,
measure up against the
okay.
best and you fall short, you're pretenders. When you haven't won back-to-back games in what'll end up be almost 90 days,
TJ,
if they do it.
Don't let him bully you.
What did you say, John?
I said at the beginning of the year, did we think that they could contend for a Super Bowl? Yes. As the season goes on, you reevaluate your expectations. And I think it was the Minnesota, what was the game, in the Giants game where I was like, I don't know if this offensive line is going to be good enough. And as the injuries on the defense started to mount, I didn't see them as a Super Bowl contender. I think they're a playoff team. I think they can make the playoffs.
Well, I don't know about that either.
I think to be a pretender,
it goes to where
them, but
it goes to what's your premise? What do you think they are? Do you think they are good enough to win a Super Bowl?
Would you say because I still look at two different categories, like a Super Bowl favorite, like we're going to be one of the top like 2 or 3 teams. Was that expectation coming into the season?
Yeah, that would have been the expectation coming in. And
Okay.
even if we
because
lower
like
the bar,
contender is like, hey man, you're a good team. You
Yeah,
get in the
yeah.
playoffs, anything could happen, right? Like nobody's going to want to play you if you're playing
Right.
hot. They're not doing that right now.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't use that word, but
Why, 'cause
certainly
it's like a
it's
trigger word?
Kinda,
It's
it's
very
disrespectful.
offensive.
Yeah, you don't want to call people that.
but
like if you ask Dan Campbell that question tomorrow.
Are you guys pretenders?
You're getting another drop. you're getting another couple drops.
I'll be hovering over that dump button.
You're getting another couple drops. I promise you that.
Yeah, you might get a click, and then all of a sudden you're going to get a knock on the front door. Hey, Dan Campbell's here to do the interview in person.
But I just think like we shouldn't have to dance around like either you're a contender or you're a pretender. When you play the Eagles, when you play the Packers twice, when you play the Rams, like those are the teams where you'd measure up and you'd say if you can beat those teams, you're a contender. If you lose to all of them,
that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is that's the problem is every good team you faced, it's like man, like just couldn't find a way.
Right.
That's not even the one that's going to set you off. I'm waiting for that one. So, but you continue with your answer. Oh yeah, it gets worse
for that performance.
I'd put more of it on them.
More on the offense and the defense.
Just because I think even being in here Friday, it's like man, you can't settle for field goals, can't have empty possessions. You got to be ready for a shootout.
Were you
first
thinking on that
drive
first drive that he was going to go for it?
I was. Yeah, I was. What was the doubt? Was 4th and 6?
I think it might have even been 4th and 4. I'll tell you here in a second. Keep talking.
Okay, yeah. If it was longer than the 4th and 5, I was okay with the attempt. Just to get on the board early, like you did the same thing against Dallas.
4th and 4.
4th and 4. Yeah, maybe a little bit surprised that he didn't go for it. Obviously, you missed the field goal, which is like hindsight. You'd be like,
should have gone
for it.
Yeah.
But when you're 0 for 7 of your last 4 down attempts, it's kind of hard for a coach to have confidence in calling those.
Yeah.
Let me add something real quick too. I know the whole pretender thing. Like you talk about the results certainly not being there, but when you watch other teams play this team, you still get your best shot from everybody. And I've seen it twice this year so far in losses where the coaching style and the philosophy that Dan Campbell has rubbed off on other teams. You've beaten Matt LaFleur up pretty good over the last couple of years, right? What do you do this year? We're not punting. We're going for it on fourth down, right? They were 3 for 3. Look at you beat Sean McVay and the Rams the last 2 times you played them. What did Sean McVay do? Yes, 3 for 3 on fourth downs, right? Like, so that to me is a team.
Teams respect the Lions.
Yeah, but I think that's why I would shy. Now, if you want to talk about the results, I'm not going to. But it's not like we think there's some big bad guy, and they're like everybody around the league's like, no, they're not very good. Like we'll punt against them. We don't care.
Well, they're certainly
results, and it's all about results.
Yeah,
right?
They're certainly not as ferocious as they've been. Again, they're out of the playoffs right now. So when we talk about pretenders, like by definition, teams that don't even make the playoffs are pretenders, and teams that get in but you don't believe they can go on a run, those are also pretenders. To go on a run, you have to win one game, and then you win the next week, something they haven't done in over 2 months. Like, by every definition, as uncomfortable and mean as the word might be, they're pretenders.
I just wanted to add that last part in there.
But in terms of the offense, like it's a tough conversation because they had to be nearly perfect. That's clearly the fault of the defense. At the same time, when it's a shootout, and you know it's a shootout, you know you can't go punt.
Right. Yeah, you can't have the empty possessions. Yeah, you can't have the empty possessions. And
well, and it's not just the empty possessions when you come away with no points. It's you come away with no first downs. And now an offense that's finding not just really good rhythm, but they were humming in the second half. You don't do anything to stem the tide by keeping them on the sidelines.
Yeah, it flips so fast. I mean, you literally went from being up 10 points with 20 seconds left in the second quarter to
that field goal
15 minutes later being down 10 points.
Yeah.
It's like a 20-point swing in one quarter. And, yeah, we saw it. That's the recipe. Oh, you're smirking. You got
I
one
know.
more?
He's going to come with one here that I have already said that this is the worst thing that you could call a team or a player.
I'm seeing how many things I can put between TJ and I. I got one monitor here. I got a laptop.
Yeah, it won't matter.
I'll try not. I won't get upset with you.
Okay.
I expect you to ask nerdy
stupid questions.
Yeah.
So a couple weeks ago, I was pushing your buttons about this team doesn't have an identity. And one of the things you said is that they're physical. Can I say this is a soft football team? Because in all the big games, they get run on and they can't generate consistent push up front.
No, you can't say that.
And the defense that this team is tough is?
Well, is it just one extreme? You're either super tough or you're super soft. Like I'm not going to.
I think find out who you are in these big games.
Let's look at the offensive line. Like I'm not going to say that they're soft because maybe they're not the caliber that they've been in the past, right? Like you're down to your third string left guard. You're still starting a rookie at Tate Ratledge who is getting better, I think, every week. But I'm not going to call them soft because they're not Kevin Zeitler or
Frank
Ragnow or all pro guys. Like that's not fair. I don't think their defense is soft. I just like it's not like. When you watch them, I don't get the feeling that they're getting pushed around. It just feels like, hey, there's one guy here or there, that's just might be out of a gap, or one guy here that gets beat late. Like it's not the entire group that's just like getting mauled.
So you would say it's a technique issue.
I think it's technique. I think it's fundamentals. I think some of it's still scheme. Unfortunately, I watching a couple of the games where they're, the run game is struggling, and it's like, man, like. Thanksgiving against Green Bay, 4th and 3, would I run the ball up the middle behind my backup center and my third string left guard? Probably not against the front like that, But it's also, you can't hide the players. Like I still put more on the players. You got to find ways to go out there and execute. You're here for a reason. Yeah. But no, I would not. I would not call that this is soft football team.
It's definitely a trigger word. I just know when they've run the ball well the last couple years, we attribute that to toughness, right? So the opposite of that is. And when you can't do it in the big games, it is.
I don't think the run game is strictly based off of.
Oh, it's an oversimplification. I agree.
Mauling people. I mean, you obviously have two incredible running backs too. You know, like when you watch the Giants game, I mean, did they dominate? Was that like they had 3 big runs, right? That I'm not saying skewed the numbers, but when you have guys like that, ability for Gibbs to hit a 70-yarder and then multiple 45-yarders. Is that because you're tough and just mauling people, or is that, some of that is obviously the talent that you have behind there too. Yeah. This one's going to be interesting. I mean, I didn't feel like there was a lot of variation yesterday in the run game.
Right.
Their best games is like when you're mixing it up a little bit. Hey, duo, inside zone, outside zone. Let's get some counters. Let's get some whams. Let's get some traps. Let's really throw these guys off. Maybe I'm wrong. I think they maybe tried to, but it got to a point where the run game just was what it was, and you're down 2 scores, and it's like, okay, we can maybe have success in the ground now, but we're also up against the clock. So, but just every game, every loss has kind of been the same exact storyline. Yeah. Other team makes some incredible plays, and you were close on a couple of the big ones, but just couldn't find a way to make them. Look at Puka Nakua's catch yesterday on 4th down. It's great coverage from Amik Robertson. He gets his hand on the ball, tries to rip it off, and other team made a play. Right, but that's been too much of a storyline this season.
I don't have anything more inflammatory, but we will hear from calls next. We'll talk to Lions fans. TJ Lang hanging out the next half hour with us. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
We'll get to Heather's news here in a second. There's a couple stories we want to get TJ's response on.
Sure.
Also got callers. They got thoughts on this Lions game.
You asked me last week my least favorite Christmas song.
Yeah.
Not that one. But since I saw Stoney and I know he's a Springsteen freak, it's that Springsteen song where he just screams the whole time.
Santa Claus Coming to Town?
Yeah. It's awful.
Huh. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, it's bad.
Stoney's in today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be in here. You could make fun of him to his face.
Well, maybe he doesn't like that song. I mean,
come on, it's Springsteen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Mine's Mariah Carey.
Yeah, I think you told me that.
Yeah, that one it's nails on a chalkboard. As soon as it comes on,
not because it's overplayed, because you really just don't like the song?
Can't stand it.
Okay.
I can't stand her voice.
I think she's pretty talented.
Say one of the great vocalists of all time.
I mean, if anything, like if you would just want to say like I'm sick of hearing it because it's on
that.
15 times a day, I get that, but I don't think it's a bad song. Springsteen's awful.
Okay, I don't think it's a bad song.
He just screams through the whole thing.
Before we get to Heather, TJ, I love watching you study the callers.
Oh, yeah. I
And
like the little notes, too.
Yeah, so like you read the notes. Who do you want to go to here?
I would like to go to Juan in Detroit. This is going to be interesting.
Juan, you were personally selected by TJ Lang. What's up?
Yeah, because you know what? TJ said the one thing that was very valuable to what I'm making a point about. The officiating, man. Y'all cannot keep ignoring how these officiators are messing up our games like this. One, the only two games we lost this season without the officiators being a factor was that first Green Bay game and the game against the Vikings. Every other game, it was some big play that the officiators either missed, didn't call, which I understand. It happens in the game all the time. But with the Lions in particular, it happens too much. And, I mean, when an excuse is happening so many times, at some point it becomes a reason. In personal life and in sports, it's the reason why we lose. How you going to give somebody a touchdown when you know you won by 7 points? I mean, in the end. You didn't give them 7 points. You didn't miss the PI call. That was definitely pass interference. I would have called that pass interference. I can't even think of your name right now. But it's just, it was horribly officiated, and that is the reason why we lose a lot of these games, and it affects the players. You can't think that they're out there not seeing these plays not being called for them, but being called for other people, and it's not affecting them. That's why the mood was down in the game after the game yesterday. If they had lost and the officiators wasn't a part, the mood would have been a lot different. But knowing that the officiators is going to come down on you and pull some garbage, where I know we got to be better than that. I get all that. It ain't no crybaby stuff, but like I said, at some point it's the reason why you lost, and it's not an excuse.
Juan, I don't think that the officiators were the reason that this team lost.
I know you say that, of course. That's what you've been saying. That's what a lot of people say. And it's not being a child to say that, or a crybaby to say that they're messing up these games. If a guy's knee is down, any other time, if a guy's knee is down, or wherever somebody is down in one of those plays where they make advancement, but because things were fishy, you normally go back to the point of contact.
Okay, Juan, let me ask you this question. Did they lose? I agree with you. I don't think that play was called correctly. But did they lose because of that play?
Yeah. I mean, it messes up the team morale. I mean, shoot, if you know you're going to, just like the whole no PI on J-Mo when the guy tripped him. If that had happened to anybody else, that would have been called a PI. Dude tripped him before he had the ball. I mean, come on now. The timing matters. He tripped him before he had the ball, and then the play was right after they scored. So it would have been a big momentum driver and everything, and they killed it by not even calling the PI. The ball was in J-Mo's hand. If the guy didn't trip him, he would have caught that.
TJ, what do you think about the officiators?
I'll say this, and I told Cookies this off air too. I'm not blaming them, but I don't think the Lions ever get the benefit of any calls.
No,
right? Like,
well, you don't remember those.
If we go back and replay it, and they call Kobe Parkinson down at the 1 yard line, probably still a 95% chance with the way that they were running the ball, right?
Yeah,
but
just the
mere fact that the refs had to like tangle a web to like, well, he's down, but did he have control? Ooh, I don't think so. Did he have control? Did he follow it through the ground? not really sure. Like,
But
where's the common
regained-
sense just to go back and be like, guys, everybody sees his knee down at the 1.5 yard line?
So that play doesn't that play doesn't make sense.
Pretty simple.
If-
But the Lions just don't get the benefit of a lot of those.
They do get calls. We just don't dwell on them. We just move on. Like I remember on Thanksgiving Day, Detroit got a key call on defense in the second half on a
So
third
the
or fourth down.
Anzalone pass interference that wasn't a pass interference.
Right. We just don't remember when we catch a break because officials are humans. They screw up. I think they screwed up on the play we're talking about here because I don't know how you can rule that he hit the ground without possession and then gained it in the end zone. If he hit the ground without possession, it's not a catch.
Right.
So like the leap to make it a touchdown, like 1 + 1's got to equal 2, and it didn't there. But for Juan, you can't say repeatedly you're not a crybaby when you keep crying about the calls. Like if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. They didn't lose the game because of that call.
No, and that's where I agree on too. There hasn't been a game where it's like, oh my goodness, that was just atrocious. And right, like Cowboys a couple years ago, 2-point conversion. I think that just because of the timing of the game, it was like, my goodness, like you probably got screwed. But I guess what? I think the players and coaches know, like, guys, don't expect any calls. Like we just got to play above it. We got to play clean, and haven't held up their end of the bargain on that side.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Gardner White. So tributes are pouring in online after the shocking death of Rob Reiner and his wife. He was the legendary director behind iconic films like The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, A Few Good Men, Misery. I mean, the list goes on and on. The couple were found murdered in their home by their daughter. Their son, Nick, is apparently now in custody. This is according to TMZ. He had been questioned by the police. It's just devastating news. They say they were killed following or during an argument they were having with their son. And you can go online and just see everyone's tributes to him. It sounds like he was just an amazing friend and an amazing man and obviously an amazing director. So very shocking there.
A lot of tragedies this weekend.
I know. It was a tough news segment, but I've been trying to intermix some other types of news, like this story. Vanderbilt's Diego Pavia didn't exactly hide his disappointment after finishing second in the 2025 Heisman Trophy race.
DJ, did you see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so after the award was announced and Indiana's Fernando Mendoza was named the winner, Pavia took to social media with a pretty blunt message for the voters. F all the voters.
Oh, okay.
But family for life. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. And following all of the negative attention he got, he did issue a lengthy apology where he said his emotional response wasn't how he wanted to represent himself. He did express respect for the voters and the process and congratulated Mendoza. So
yeah, I think it's one of those where you type it out and you take 10 seconds and think, deep breath.
Yes.
Do I really want to hit the send button? And at some point you would probably say, I won't send this one.
When you post it on social media, it's exactly what you meant to say. Okay? Like if I'm chatting with you and somebody's got a hot mic and I'm like, that was meant to be a private conversation.
Right.
The minute you post your thoughts publicly, that's exactly how you feel.
Yeah, for sure. There was also an odd moment in college football that went down on Saturday when Tarleton State running back Trey Page III announced that he was entering the transfer portal right in the middle of a playoff game. During halftime, right in the middle there. Yeah, so he made the announcement on social media during halftime of his team's quarterfinal FCS playoff loss to Villanova. And, I mean, he had a great season, but I think he should have waited, obviously, till
the end of the game.
Or after the season, or...
Well, that would have been the end of the season, yeah.
Yeah, I guess
They blew a lead, though, in that game. Did they have the lead at the half?
I don't know.
Interesting.
Come on, man.
Yeah, very
You're not
interesting.
watching D2 football, John? You're a football junkie, dude.
I got one more
They did.
interesting
They had a
story.
halftime lead. They came into the half with the lead. Sorry, go ahead.
I have one more, but I'm really running out of time.
There's one that I want to hit with
Okay, this
TJ.
is
Can
it.
we do it when we come back?
Okay.
Let's do it because I think it will take comment.
Extended news.
Sounds good.
Next, 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And we're all unique. We all have different things going on. That's how they match it up. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And when talking about communities, you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
I'll get you set for Carson Anderson coming up in 10 minutes.
Well, I mentioned there was a news story that we wanted to get to. We didn't have time, and this is more I do want to see on Twitch because you can see TJ on Twitch now. I want to see your expression.
Sorry, Twitch viewers, by the way.
when TJ is told this story, but I also want to get a comment from TJ. So, Heather.
All right. So, according to science,
this is very scientific.
Yes, sniffing your own farts could boost your brain power and guard against Alzheimer's disease. It's great news. So researchers at Johns Hopkins Medicine have found that hydrogen sulfide could protect brain aging. Yes.
Maybe you need to sniff more.
Yeah.
That ain't true. I got a terrible memory.
You always enjoy a good one, right?
You got to be curious once in a while.
And apparently, those who sniff their own farts more often are also more physically active, and you have a better memory. So.
What do you mean by sniffing? Like cupping and like?
No, I'm not saying.
Like you obviously smell your own. Like is that?
How do you avoid it?
How do you avoid smelling your own fart unless you're leaving an elevator?
The smellier your farts are, the better for you.
I have
it's
heard
not
that,
saying that you need to like go and literally like
sniff your own farts.
Your own
but
farts.
if there's a certain
stinkier they
stench,
are, the better
you just take
for
it
your
in
health.
for a couple seconds.
I think you and I might classify as the smartest people in this room if that were true.
I would agree with you. And what was the science study done?
Johns
Hopkins actually
very reputable.
Yeah,
true.
they actually
Yeah.
studied mice and came to this conclusion. But they said it was significant. So they injected these or genetically modified mice with the smell, hydrogen sulfide, and basically they had to walk around for 12 weeks farting, and they found that the mice who were injected were significantly had smarter, had better cognitive abilities and motor function. They're improved by 50%.
So if you're not producing that,
yeah. So as you
are
age,
you allowed? I mean, does it benefit you to sniff other farts?
No, it has to be your own.
It's got to be your own.
I think it has to be your own.
Great follow-up question.
Or maybe is it just rat farts?
No. Because as you age, your body naturally loses more of this hydrogen sulfide. And then
maybe that's why kids' brains develop so quickly, because they're all at that level. They're just sniffing farts all day.
Good point. Man. It's got to be your own fart, though.
Yeah.
It can't be somebody else.
How can you make it so your farts smell bad so that you can then reap the rewards?
Drink a lot of protein shakes.
Yeah.
Broccoli.
Yeah. Craft beer.
Beans.
Yeah, beer. Tequila. They'll do it.
You just want to reap the benefits, right?
Yeah.
Mix as many liquors as you can.
That way, and if it was somebody else's fart, the Dutch oven, that would, hey, I'm just looking out for your brain health.
Are you happy we made sure to get that story?
I'm doing this for your benefit.
You forgot the grocery list again. Bam.
Critically important that we got that news story in.
Yeah, I knew that would be an important one.
Good one, man. Wow.
This guy, he put it at the first story in his news.
Do they?
Ranked for importance.
There's just groups of scientists out there that just study literally everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, whose idea was
What do
this?
you think should be studied? Like, what if there was something that you thought, if there could be a benefit to
This is we don't have enough time for me to think of something.
Maybe fart.
I'm trying to think of some of my
Something
own
comes
bad
to you.
habits. I'm trying to think of my own bad. Like I bite my fingernails a lot.
Okay.
Is that a sign of like
nervousness,
anxiety?
No, like
poor
I was gonna
hygiene,
say, like being like really good looking and smart.
Well, I mean, well-groomed individuals, I would
the more you
think
bite
would come
fingernails,
across
like,
as more
witty you
attractive.
are. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
All
So
right.
if you're,
I'm sure. Like, look it up. I'm sure there's a study.
Now that one's just from a study from a guy named John Hopkins. That's not actually a John Hopkins study.
By the way, I just want to clarify. I did go back and rewatch that JMO shot play.
Yeah.
I think maybe a little
Ticky tack.
I don't know if I'd die on that hill saying, "Oh, that was pass interference."
Yeah,
I think
I
right when
didn't- I
they
didn't think
tangled,
so
it
either.
looked like J-Mo was trying to launch. So, but on that play,
Goff
I
gets
watched it.
smoked.
Oh, he gets smoked right in the head, which kind of goes back to like he just doesn't. Not complaining about it, but man, I feel like you have to do something really egregious for Jared Goff to draw a personal foul for a hit on the quarterback. But because Kobe Turner got him right under the chin, which is you make contact with quarterback's helmet. I mean, that's pretty automatic.
What was the score at the time? It was late second quarter.
27-24.
Third quarter.
27-24.
Yeah, so I think
it was right after the
Rams touchdown,
yes,
right?
the Colby
So-
Parkinson.
Yeah, so I think it just
Touchdown.
I think it adds like people are already agitated at officiating.
Right.
It would have been a huge swing play, flip the field, put the Lions in enemy territory. So then I think you're looking for a call on that one, even though you didn't deserve a call on that one.
On the pass interference.
Yes, the J-Mo one.
Yes. Yes. But I mean, you're not going to convince me that Jared didn't get hit right in the helmet on that.
Right.
One. Which, you know what? Like, I'm also a big proponent of let these guys play football. Like,
Stafford took some shots in that game,
Yeah,
too.
stop sinking the targets to where you can only hit between this 18-inch level. But, like, if you're going to call those penalties for a lot of other quarterbacks in this league, I just don't know why Jared Goff, like, I can't remember last time he
got a
these things are violent hits,
roughing the
but-
quarterback call. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Mr.
Stoney?
Stone.
Hello, Michael.
How are you? How you doing, Teach?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Well rested?
Um,
Did you do the post-game show last night?
Yes, I did.
How was that?
I was. Jennifer was trying to be the doctor of positivity, and I was
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
much the opposite. I was a doctor of realism. So
Doom and gloom?
A little. Well, it depends on the way you look at it. I think it's being realistic, but I think it's going to be very, very tough sledding. The
Did
rest
you hear
of the way.
my Bruce Springsteen slander?
No.
I said
Oh,
that,
yeah,
that,
the
that
one-
Christmas song where he just screams the whole time, I think is my least favorite.
Oh, that's okay. You're allowed it. People,
Okay,
music,
all right. You
comedy.
handled-
It's
you handled it
opinions.
better than I thought you
yeah.
were going to.
No, it's all right. I think it's a.
I know you're
good one.
spruce
There
for
are
Bruce.
better- Pardon?
I know you're spruce for Bruce.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I figured you'd be the ultimate defender.
Absolutely, I'll defend that. So I love that song, but hey, there's some songs by him I don't love. So whatever.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's shocking, to be honest with you.
What song don't you like from Bruce?
God, his whole Western Stars album, basically.
I don't know enough about
yeah,
Bruce.
yeah.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
a lot of some of the slow stuff. I mean, it's
I'm sorry, everybody.
Nobody cares.
I'm sorry.
Other than
That's my
memories
fault.
of my college coach having PTSD and walking around practice going to kill the yellow man, just like to himself all day long.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was, but
Gee, I don't think you could say that.
It was not a patriotic song.
Bruce Springsteen said it. It was a quote. It was a quote.
Yeah. Born in the USA. Kill that yellow.
Yeah, we'll make sure every time we use that as this was a Springsteen quote.
Yeah, we'll give the context
Dash.
every time.
Bruce Springsteen.
Yes. What are you guys going to talk about today?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Tiger's new reliever.
They added a Jansen.
That's
Yes.
right. They did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can never have too many of them. That's for sure.
Yeah. No, we'll get into what happened yesterday.
I don't know. Yeah,
in
I
Los
think we're done,
Angeles.
but I'm not sure.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, hey, oh.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We'll look at that exciting game yesterday and all sorts of other stuff. Champ and Chump, of course.
Of course.
Yes.
Stoney in for Gator. You've got Carson Anderson. They're coming up next. Stay tuned. It's 97.1.
Well, good morning, and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsch. Scott Anderson out. Mike Stone is in. Hello, sir.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, you ready for this week with me?
There's a lot of ways I could answer that question.
Yeah, I know.
But the curveballs that are, when you work with Stoney, you never know what's going to happen next. Let's just say that. So
yes. I don't think there are going to be too many curveballs today.
Well, today's a little bit of blocking and tackling. We know what we're going to be talking about most of the show.
Yeah, I wish the Lions could have done that.
What, blocked and tackled?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, especially on 3rd and 4th down. I would have liked to see them block and tackle better on 3rd and 4th down. But, hey, man, work's cut out for him, backed into a corner. I know there's a lot of give up. I know there's a lot of check out. People get to the point where they don't think it's possible. They don't think this team is going to be able to rally. I'm not there yet, but it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone.
No.
But what's
and
new?
I am.
You are there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So you're done with the season.
Well, I just don't think it's going to be feasible for them to win out and get the help that they need. That's all.
So, okay, this is interesting because in this, you may completely dismiss this, but we'll go right to it. According to Vegas, the Lions and Bears will enter the season finale with the same record, according to Vegas. And according to Vegas, the Lions will be a half game behind the Packers at the season finale. If chalk holds. Now,
right.
Chalk doesn't always hold.
No.
I mean, remember when the Lions were favored against Dallas and a lot of people in Detroit thought it was insane?
Yeah.
And Detroit won. And the Lions were underdogs against the Rams and they lost. And now they're favored the next two. And if chalk holds, then the Lions are going to that last week with a chance. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen. I get it, but you don't care about that.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I go by my eyes.
Okay.
I go by my eyes.
Now, is it possible?
And my injury list.
Is it possible, though, Stoney? And I ask you this, and I just, a little self-reflection on your part.
Yeah.
Is it possible that your eyes and you react more to what you were just shown than a bigger picture?
Yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah. Now, do I plant flags and stick with them stubbornly? Of course. Yes. I know. I don't want to change my opinion. Once I've said it, I don't want to change it just if I get some negative feedback on said opinion. But what we're asking the Lions to do isn't wish casting. We're asking them to beat Pittsburgh. They're a heavy favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Beat Minnesota. They're a small favorite. And then we're asking Green Bay is still favored against Chicago this week, which would help. And then Chicago's an underdog at San Francisco. So it's not wish casting. It's hoping that chalk holds, because if chalk holds, then they go into the season finale with a chance to do it.
Yeah, and I also, some of it for me goes back to maybe not just present, but past. And I know it's a completely different situation, and I know he's a few years older. But are we really that confident that the Lions are going to be able to beat Aaron Rodgers when their season is on the line? They haven't really done that very much in their past. I mean, they beat Aaron Rodgers when his season was on the line, but not when their season was on the line. I remember it was a Sunday night game where they came into the Ford Field, the Packers, and beat the Lions, and the Lions, effed up. But that
you really still fear Aaron Rodgers?
No, it's just.
I mean, okay, I'm not saying they can't win the game, but do you think?
No,
because Sunday they're playing Aaron Rodgers, this is one of the reasons you're giving up?
No, it's just history. I'm not giving up because of that. I'm just saying it's not a guarantee. I think look, you can ask me right now, they're going to win Sunday. I'm going to say yes. Mm-hmm. But that Aaron Rodgers being Aaron Rodgers does sometimes, come into my head a little bit. I mean, look, if it's a close game, I'm sure that Dan Campbell and Kelvin Shepard won't do the back and forth type of thing that they were worrying about. But what
does that have to do at all with what's going to happen Sunday?
Nothing. But what does?
But you brought up the back and forth kind of thing. That has any relevance?
Because I said it's the history. It can't leave me completely. I still think they're going to win the game. We'll see. We'll see what happens. See what the injury list happens. Meek Robertson might be injured as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about it is when guys get injured, and there's a great example of it yesterday. When guys get injured, okay, your depth guys have to step up. And, I don't know if it's fair to expect anything from Zylstra coming off the IR, but he can get one target.
Well, there was one he was wide open, and Goff should have seen him and didn't. Much like as Will Birchfield tweeted out yesterday, much like Brock Wright was wide open in a key play in Philadelphia, and Goff didn't see him.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to see everybody, but their tight ends, because they lost Tyler Higbee, their backup tight ends were a huge part of the game plan. They had 6 catches on 9 targets for 2 touchdowns. Yes. And, look.
But they lost one tight end. Well, Lions lost 2.
Fair.
I tried to explain this to some of my friends because, I have a big, college friend text change, and one of my friends said, the Lions are foe. I said they're done because they're too banged up. Oh, stop using excuses. I said, facts are not excuses. When you lose 3 of your starters in the secondary, your 2 all-pro player safeties, okay, those type of guys. Plus, you're not losing your first string tight end. You're using your first and your second string tight. I mean, it's just common sense.
Yeah,
you can't win.
But
like that.
I go back and forth on how much we should talk about the injuries, and the reason is everybody suffers injuries. I appreciate Schefter came out and said the Lions have had an amazing number of injuries, and it's been the story the past 2 years, and it's frustrating. Is it a fact? Yes. But are we complaining about things that everybody can complain about in every NFL town? Probably. And if you look at the timing, right, the Lions are done with the Packers, who might have just lost Micah Parsons for the season.
Right.
Yeah, got it. Patrick Mahomes done for the year.
Right.
Would have been nice if it was before they played the Lions. So they've already banked the games against these teams that have suffered devastating injuries.
Well, you talk about timely injuries, man. If he doesn't get hurt, then they lead them to this touchdown and their playoff hopes are alive.
Who are we? We're talking about Mahomes. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, dude. I like everybody gets.
I get that, but most teams don't have their whole units decimated. That's the problem.
Yes, and the Lions, look, you just got to keep trying to build depth and do the best you can because, I don't want that. Certainly in that locker room, there's no question they're not giving up. No. I mean, you don't have to worry about that.
No, it's not why they lost yesterday either. I mean, it's a very simple reason why they lost yesterday.
Well, do you think it's one reason? I think there's several.
I think there's one very simple reason. It's on both sides of the ball. They couldn't stop the run, and they couldn't run the ball. I mean, it's that simple.
The run defense was particularly a problem. If you like the idea that secondary and that pass defense, you could hope that they would slow down Stafford a little bit, but that was not a great matchup.
No.
What I really hoped, what bothered me most is that their running attack was pretty much just as effective. I mean, they average over 5.5 yards a carry. They 259 yards rushing.
You look on this stat sheet, Doug, and this guy gets paid a hell of a lot of money. You look at the defensive stat sheet. Aleem McNeil isn't even on there.
Did he have a statless game?
His name is not even registered.
So he didn't get one?
Nothing.
Do you have a snap count in front of you?
Yeah, I do.
Because it's kind of hard to do.
Aleem McNeil, 56 snaps, 78% of the snaps.
And he doesn't have nary a statistic.
No.
I mean, that's a position that you can sometimes go through games with having small numbers, but, that's very disappointing. And on top of that, I mean, they just ran the ball at will. The Rams ran the ball at will. And if you look at this defense, overall, they're not going to be great. We know that. All they got to do is come up with a critical stop or two. The way the Rams defense came out in the second half, I give Chris Shula, the defense coordinator of the Rams, a bunch of credit. Chris Shula coming out of halftime dialed up 3 stops.
Yes.
And the Lions didn't have the answers, and that probably is where they lost the game because they're going to have to win games most likely in shootouts. I mean, there are other places they lost the game. But offensively, they need to be able to count on their offense.
Right. The one
to
play
not go
where they
punt.
Right. The one play where they ran the ball well, they got called back on blatant holding penalty on Giovanni Ricci. Yes. Who? Giovanni Ricci.
Yeah.
Who's probably their fifth string tight end.
If that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. But we mentioned the running game, and how it's killed them. I have data to show how important that is.
So Stoney's in a give-up position. And I respect Michael and I have no issue with it.
I'm not giving up. If you're asking me if they're going to make the playoffs, I'm going to say no. That's
okay. Well, I actually asked you earlier, and you said you were giving up.
Okay. Well, by semantically, yes. But
I mean, when I figure I ask you the question. It's a yes or no question. You said yes.
Yeah, I've given up. They're not going to make the playoffs. Okay.
248-539-9797. Where are you, Lions fan, on this Monday? Hey, we just made it out of the weekend, but that doesn't mean the party stops. Not at Twin Peaks. Don't let Monday bring you down. Get out for lunch, happy hour, or dinner at the Peaks, and you won't be disappointed. We got NBA action tonight. Matchup out east with Boston. You got football, Miami and Pittsburgh, with obviously a Pittsburgh team coming to town next week. You hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. There's just no other way around it. They are the best sports bar in the state, and it's about the little things. Like their fearless leader says, the dish won't hit the same when you miss even one ingredient. So when you combine the best AV package a bar can have with the best scratch-made food a bar can offer, with the coldest draft beer poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, the craft cocktails featuring all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas, and the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls, well, that's a recipe for success. With service really missing the mark at most restaurants these days and prices rising higher and higher, Twin Peaks doubles down on the experience. They appreciate you choosing them and deliver an experience you can't live without. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Happy holidays, everybody. Hopefully our Detroit Lions can stay in the mix here and string together some wins at the end of the year, but they can't get out of this win-loss pattern. And it's, a little bit of product of the schedule. They keep playing really good teams after wins. The only one with the exception being the Minnesota loss, which might be the one that comes back to haunt them when it's all said and done.
You are correct.
When it comes to attainable goals this year for this Lions team. But 248-539-9797. There's a couple things on the table today as we open up the show. There's one, there's Champ and Chump. That's always the case on Monday. And Stoney and I will have our nominations today at 10:35. And the other is, the other two things are really specific to the game and the Lions. One is, what most went wrong in this game. And two is, how's your overall feeling with where this Lions team is? Like, are you, Stoney's in more of a give-up position, I guess, although not 100% committed to that give-up position.
Well, yeah, I just don't think they'll get enough help, and I don't see them getting off their, win one, lose one.
Yeah.
And, even though they have an easier
That
schedule.
would imply that they would lose the Minnesota game.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah. So anyway, 248-539-9797. Let's go to and obviously where you're at with this team and what went wrong yesterday. Top of mind. We go to Rick in Allen Park. What's up, Rick?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Okay.
So I personally feel like all roads will lead straight to Chicago. I think that we won't lose another game, and I kind of believe that it's all just based upon narrative. It's either going to be a big headline that Dan Campbell can beat Ben Johnson and that Ben can't beat him, or that Ben Johnson keeps us out.
There's going to be a lot of drama if it does come down to that game.
That
and
game
it's going to
probably get flexed to Sunday night.
Yeah, it was a prediction I made back in October during our Blitz thingy, and we'll see if that's the case. I think at this point, we'd all probably take it. Mm-hmm. Hey, winner take all game on that final Sunday in Chicago.
Oh, sign me up if that's the case.
Yeah, and that would require basically the Lions winning one more game than the Bears the rest of the way for that to be the case.
And the Bears would have to beat the Packers and lose to the 49ers.
Yeah, but the Bears can possibly lose both.
All of the scenarios, and a lot of teams still play each other now. Like San Fran can probably lose 2 more games. Hopefully Seattle can lose a few more games, but I just feel like it's going to be a winner take it all game.
Yeah.
I said it when the schedule was first released that when we play Chicago the last game, it was going to be a meaningful game. I was hoping it was going to be for the NFC North, but the way the season has shaped up, it's either win it in or we win or we lose and we're out.
Yeah, that's Rick. I would bet that it is going to come down to that because I expect them to beat Pittsburgh and Minnesota. They've at some point though where they are, they have to level up and beat a quality opponent.
Yes.
If you look at beating Pittsburgh and Minnesota isn't going to have people going, well, that's a true Super Bowl contender.
No.
But winning in Chicago at the end of the season would certainly change expectations of what they're capable of. If you look at their season, right? They've played, of the 7 teams currently in the playoffs, the Lions have played 5 of them in the NFC. And in those 5 games, they're 2-4.
Right. They've beaten the Bears, right?
Yep.
And who's the other one?
Tampa.
Yep.
And they've lost to Packers twice, Philly, and now the Rams. And look, they've played, some of those games felt like the ones that didn't feel winnable. The first game against the Packers didn't feel winnable. They were 1-score games against the others. But, I just don't. One thing to remember, we got a text here, and I do want to say this person is right. Let's see if I can find it. Well, it's from an unnamed texter, and this isn't the one I was thinking of, but they're not Super Bowl contenders, so why would I want anything that makes the smartest guy in the room puff out his chest and think he's got more receipts in his pocket just because they made the playoffs? I am different, I guess. I expect more.
Well,
that sounds like a very vindictive approach. That's not the text I was thinking of.
Right, that's a shot at Brad Holmes.
Sure it is.
Which, look, if they don't make the playoffs, I think they need to reevaluate certain things. And I do have this data.
Yeah, let's get to it because you said you've got some data. Let's hear it.
My data is that they've lost 6 games, Doug. Mm-hmm. Of those 6 games, how many of those games have they outrushed the other team?
None?
Correct.
Yeah.
They've been
That was a guess,
outrushed in the 6 losses, 764 to 472. Week 1, Green Bay 78, Detroit 46. The Kansas City game, 112 to 98. Minnesota, 142 to 65. Philly, 148 to 74. Green Bay, Thanksgiving was close, 125 to 119. And yesterday, 159 to 70. When they can't run the ball, or more in particular, stop the run, they're done.
It's pretty disappointing because early in the year, that was somewhat attributable to the fact that Aleem McNeil, a big run stuffer, part of their defense, was out. He's back now.
Right.
And, Aleem McNeil, he has to be better against the run. Aiden Hutchinson has to be better against the pass. Mm-hmm. We've seen them both do it. Yeah. But I mean, they need to find that extra gear and consistently be there. And it's fair to be disappointed in even though Hutch had that amazing play. It was an amazing play, but he needs to be in the quarterback's face more than he is.
Yeah.
And responsible for TFLs and responsible for incompletions. Now, there's a little bit of that yesterday, but not enough against a Rams team that has impossible guys to guard and to make it through the postseason. Like, we could sit here and talk about where you are with this team as far as making the playoffs. Beyond that, they don't look like a team that's going to get into the playoffs and make a run, which is kind of what the expectation is. It's not kind of, it is what the expectation is. So the playoffs is the first hurdle to clear. Mm-hmm. And I guess to get there, they're going to have to win some games here and hopefully look better and more prepared. Do I think they could go to, if you're looking at the possibility, to a San Francisco and win, to a Philly and win, to a Tampa and win, if they happen to get aligned with Tampa, I would like that a lot more than getting aligned with Philly.
Yeah. I don't think they're good enough to beat Philly on the road. I think they're good enough to beat Tampa on the road.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, and they're just not healthy enough to have any sort of a run. And, yes, injuries, they're not an excuse. It's part of it. But the season, in my opinion, I know some people said if they don't make the Super Bowl or even win the Super Bowl, it's a failure. I don't go that far. But not making the playoffs,
well, that would be a
failure.
Yeah, that's a
failure.
Yeah, I agree. Paul in Clinton Township. Hi, Paul.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
The injuries. I mean, they've hit some spots on the team without a doubt. But defensively, unless I'm missing somebody, we have our full front seven. Mm-hmm. Okay, we have our full front seven. So either Brad Holmes has not provided Kelvin Shepard with what he needs, or Kelvin Shepard isn't doing the job with what Brad Holmes has provided. If you have your full complement of front seven and you can't stop the run and you can't put pressure on the quarterback, either the coordinator or the GM is to blame for that. We can definitely listen. We all agree we've been decimated in the secondary, but you know what? The secondary is not the reason they're not putting pressure nor stopping the run. And I'm not going to go to the offense. 34 points, 400 yards. They should have 37 points. They did enough offensively to win that football game. Their defense is where they were let down, and it was through not stopping the run. I read a stat. The Rams had their most efficient running game, like I want to say top 6 in the entire McVay era, and one of the most efficient running games on the year in the NFL. We had our full complement of people. So who's the problem?
Well, you know what? Somebody brought this up yesterday on the post-game show I do with Jennifer. They lost Terrell Williams, who was their defensive line coach, became the defensive coordinator for Mike Vrabel in New England. So if you want to blame, if you're looking for coaching to blame, the run game coordinator / defensive line coach of the Lions is Casey Rogers. So there's a name if that's where you're going to throw blame at.
You know what's Paul? I'm not. What I don't worry about is that I don't think this management team is afraid to make changes. If there are changes, if they look at it and they've got a guy that they don't think is carrying the weight, they'll make changes, in my opinion.
And look, part of this, Paul, is Brad Holmes. I mean, besides, McNeil's been disappointing since he came back from the injury. Reeder's been Hutchinson, we've all talked about his problems, all right? But look, they banked on Pascal. They banked on Davenport. They banked on Levi. And none of them have done squat.
Yes, okay. So, as part of my call, I said that.
Lopez has been okay. I mean,
well, listen, Lopez has probably been one of the bright spots, and he came to them because Ragnow went to Holmes and said, hey, that was one of the best dudes I went against. At least the article I read claimed that. But I'm going to listen, I have been a Brad bot. I have bought into we good, let Brad cook, okay? In the end, I objectively have to look at the results. And yes, he is. Listen, we can't deny the resources put into the defense, right? When you go back and look at the first and second round picks that he's put into this defense, he's actually spent those picks, but less than half of them are legitimate contributors. Anzaworke, not a contributor. Pascal, not a contributor.
Davenport,
Rakestraw, not a contributor. Well, okay, those are guys that he went on free agency, and I won't even go there. Just on the draft alone, if you look at the picks, Tyreek Williams, he's put picks into the defense, and he's hit on less than 50% so far on what he's picked. Now, is that a good percentage or not? Listen, I don't know. I just know this. I got used to him hitting on a lot more than he's hit lately.
Paul, they need to make some changes. They need to get better defensively because we're not even asking the defense to be the best in the NFL. This defense can get one or two more stops a game. Now, given not having Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch doesn't help, but Carson Anderson, our Champ of Chump nominations today at 10:35, 97.1. All right, tons of feedback here to the Carson Anderson inbox, and we do appreciate your texts, your phone calls, your tweets, your posts on Twitch and YouTube, many of which get read on the air, some of which get read on the air, many of which get seen. But thank you for being with us. And those are websites where you can watch the show, YouTube and Twitch. And happy holidays, everybody. It is a great time to be with family and think about what's important. Certainly looking forward to having the kids home. It's weird being an empty nester, Stoney. It's very weird. But you might want to turn your mic on.
I'm not an empty nester because my daughter lives home.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Well, we have one that's just down the street. Feedback: Champ Matt Stafford for being a future Hall of Fame quarterback. Chump Kelvin Shepard has his starting front seven and can't stop the run. Maybe the Lions should have hired an experienced DC like Dennis Allen. Look, the one thing about it, I think you're allowed to make mistakes, and you're allowed to. It's a shame when if you do get something wrong. But I don't hesitate to think that this group would make changes if necessary. They have in the past. And, eventually, if you make too many mistakes, it brings into question whether or not you know what you're doing, and it can cost you your job. But they're very well might be tweaking. I've come to know something, Stoney, is I don't know the first thing about coaching football, but you can look at results and say, okay, something went wrong, and does your organization have the kuyans to make changes when necessary?
Right. By the way, Aaron Glenn, he learned from Dan Campbell, right? He just fired his defensive coordinator.
Did he?
5 minutes ago, Steve Wilkes.
Interesting. Ray from Romulus, my champ of the weekend is Ferris State. The Bulldogs won 49-17, win their 29th in a row, and are off to McKinney, Texas for the national championship. My chump is the Detroit Lions, enough said. Boy, what they're doing up at Ferris is kind of fun.
I know.
I think we can all get on board with that. From the San Francisco Conference Championship game 2 seasons ago to get the game yesterday, the Lions seem to be getting out-coached against good teams. They've got some big wins in there against good teams.
Yes.
I thought, and Dan Campbell might know this answer, the defensive coordinator for the Rams, Chris Shula, at halftime, whatever he did, first 3 possessions of the second half netted nothing for the Lions.
Right.
Like nothing. 3 and outs.
Yeah.
And so did Chris Shula do something in particular that Dan Campbell or the offensive staff was late to adjust to or didn't see it coming?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Their strategy was to protect the edges so Jahmyr Gibbs would not be a factor, and he wasn't.
People look at this team and they look at the talent and they say, oh my God, we went to the NFC Championship game just 2 years ago. We have one of the greatest running backs in the league. And yeah, maybe we're letting our offensive line fall apart a little bit, but of course we're going to be good for a while. Yes, I was talking about the 91 Lions. Kind of scary how similar they are. We may be on a 30-year trial coming up.
Oh,
maybe what? No. That has nothing to do with what's going on today. No. But 248-539-9797. Stoney is in for Gator. Let's get to our champ and chump. My champ of the weekend is Fernando Mendoza, the Indiana Hoosier quarterback. Congratulations on the Heisman. Well done, young man. You're the champ of the weekend.
My champ of the weekend is Minnesota Wild general manager Bill Guerin for having the stones to take a chance on trading one of his great young players and Marco and Boyum and Marco Rossi and a number 1 to get Quinn Hughes, who there's no guarantee is going to stay there, but he seemed optimistic, and we might hear from him a little later in the program. And my chump, by the way, would be the one, the only, Diego Pavea.
Oh God!
Because after losing the Heisman to the aforementioned Francisco Mendoza, went on Instagram and said, F all the voters with a thumbs down emoji, but family for life. He then apologized later and said,
yeah, not good. I mean, I think about, some of the stuff my boys say and do, and young adults can make terrible decisions.
Yes.
I'm glad he apologized. Yes. My jump of the weekend is the ref for the phantom touchdown call that I'm not even sure was really a catch, but how is that a touchdown?
I have no idea. I think it was a catch. And I think if anybody thinks that was a huge play in that game, you're nuts, because I believe that it would have been 1st and goal at the 1. And
I think they would have scored,
yes.
but I still have no idea how they can rule that a touchdown.
No, me neither. Yeah. He's still chump-like, but I'm just saying we had people call yesterday very upset about how that changed the
I'm
game.
upset about an overall incompetence that it implies more than any impact on the game.
Right.
I'm like, wait, what? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob in Wisconsin. You're on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Yeah, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just a couple of things. I think I like Stoney's eye test, and then I think the statistics tells you a lot. Also, it's just not a very good football team. Let me just throw a couple things at you. I think they've only beaten 2 teams with winning records. Am I right on that? That one being the Bears, and the other being the team from Florida, right?
Tampa.
Only 2 teams that have.
Tampa's at 500, I believe.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So
Baltimore's
that
at 500.
But let me just throw a couple things at you. I think that the demise, one of the demise, I figured after that mess with the Vikings about a month ago, I figured they'd go maybe 10-7. But I think when you look at the demise, you got some players, for example, a couple of guys from the University of Michigan, Corum, for example, and McCarthy, who have been sort of pounding the nail in the coffin a little bit. Corum, I think, had 70-some yards yesterday, and of course Stafford from the Lions. You got McCarthy, who put a nail in the coffin about a month ago, and he's still playing. He's playing very well again. Don't forget Hawkinson, an ex-Lion, who's playing very well with the Vikings. And with the Bears, of course, you have Swift, and then of coach.
Okay, so your point is that the Lions should have kept these guys or drafted
Well,
every player
I'm not
from
sure
Michigan.
about all of
What's
them.
your point?
No. Did they get anything for Swift, or did they just get rid of him?
They got like a 7th round draft pick for him.
Yeah, okay. And for the Hawkinson, I think they got maybe a little bit. That was a bunch of trades going on with that, if I remember right. I think Hooker had something to do with that thing, and I think Kansas City Chiefs got a receiver out of that deal, if I remember right.
Bob, are you just pointing out that you don't like seeing former guys that you rooted for hurting them? Is that the point?
No, I just think it's ironic. It's ironic that how some of those things can come back to haunt you. You know what I mean? A little bit.
I don't know how many of those things are really haunting them, but I would say that if you don't like rooting against guys you used to root for, or you hate when guys you used to root for make plays against you, yeah, it's going to happen. I think the net of most of the moves that you've described are pretty positive.
Yes.
Like there's not a lot of ruiing about T.J. Hawkinson.
No.
Detroit.
We have a pretty good tight end on. Unfortunately, he's injured. You know, I always like to say, we should have drafted this guy.
Yeah, it's your favorite.
Yes.
Stoney's favorite game is why didn't they take this guy instead?
You ready, Doug? Would you rather have Corby Sorsdal or Puka Nacua?
Yeah, I mean, Stoney.
Because they drafted a wide receiver 2 rounds later in Antoine Green, so they should have drafted Nacua then.
Yes, because the Lions' problem is their wide receiver spot.
I know. But then they wouldn't have had to trade 3 draft picks to get Tesla. They would have had their 3.
Yes, of course. I mean, Stoney does this, and it's torture.
I know.
And he could do it for literally every team all the time.
Of course.
Yes. Absolutely. So I'm not quite sure the point of doing it other than to make yourself miserable.
Yes,
all
exactly.
Right, fair enough. Yeah. If that's your goal.
Yes.
It's Carson Anderson Gator out today. Stoney's in, making himself miserable, perhaps ruining your day. 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Carstoni's in for Gator. On a Monday that's including a lot of venting, there's the micro, which is the game yesterday, and there's the macro where this Lions team is at. I don't think you should give up on this season. We're not wish casting the Lions to be in a spot to make the playoffs. If chalk holds, they'll go into the season finale. Perhaps, I mean, the Bears are underdogs the next 2 games. Lions are favored the next 2 games. Now, that doesn't mean everything's great in Lions.
No.
Because the goal isn't just to be a playoff team. The goal is to be a dangerous playoff team that's got a chance to win it all. And there's too much evidence so far this year that they're not that. Because they're going to have to go on the road and win. And they didn't go on the road to Philly and win. They didn't go on the road to L.A. and win. And those are teams, the road to the Super Bowl. Now, do I think it's impossible to win at Philly and L.A.? I don't think it's impossible.
No.
But something's got to change, and I'm not sure what is. It feels like their resume is getting weaker, not stronger.
Yes.
And that's unfortunately where we are.
Yeah.
But the first goal is to make the playoffs, which means get the act together for Pittsburgh this weekend. And then beyond that, and they're not going to look beyond that, but Minnesota's clearly a winnable game, and now it comes down to a game which, I mean, I suppose if you win it, you start to look like a dangerous team. If Chicago is going to Chicago in bad weather in early January with everything on the line, if you win it, hey.
Look, they lost to the Vikings here at home with JJ not playing great.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's playing better, and now they're going to go on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, that game's not going to be as, if anybody's thinking that's a win, it's not going to.
Well, no, I don't punch button anything in the NFL when you're.
No, you can't. It's the NFL.
Yep. All right, let's go to Gary in Brownstown. You're next on 97.1. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys. Great show as usual.
Thank you.
I'm an older guy. Last time the Lions won a championship, I was 7 years old in 1957.
Well, your credentials are in order.
Wow, older than me. Wow.
Bad affair, but I had a couple things like I noticed. And I got you guys late in the show, so you might have already covered this. I apologize if that's true, but it looked like there was a couple bad calls on some of the catches by the Lions where there should have been pass interference and it wasn't called again. I mean, I'm not an expert. That's what it looked like to me. And then the last few seconds of the game, I don't know about other fans, but it drove me crazy. They had a few seconds left. It looked like they threw a pass down the middle of the field with no timeouts. They tried to hurry up formation, of course, ran out of time. Question, like I guess Campbell's calling the plays. What? Maybe you guys could tell me, why didn't they call like a 20 or 30-yard sideline pass,
So there's a couple things. I think that play was interesting in that they had J-Mo. Obviously, it was a completed pass and then a flip to J-Mo running towards the sideline. The reason usually is because the Rams know this and they're going to defend the sideline. They don't care if you catch it in bounds. And I think they tried to get a little misdirection going and hope that J-Mo could run out of bounds. But again, the Rams covering the sideline makes it tougher to A, complete the ball to the sideline, and B, get out of bounds if you don't.
Well, look, they only had 13 seconds left in the game. They had one play. Now, if you want to criticize the coaching, if he would have called the timeout, I believe, before the 2-minute warning instead of afterward, they would have had maybe another 6 seconds. They could have maybe had another play, but that's just like wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I want to sound negative, but it seems like we're going down the same road we've been going down for the last almost 50 years. I mean, Dan Campbell, this will be his 3rd season. If he doesn't make the playoffs this year, I'm just saying, is it time to look for a head coach change? And I don't want to sound negative. I mean, the guy's, he's very inspirational. He's a hard worker, but like one of you guys,
I think it would be one of the most shocking stories in the NFL if Dan Campbell got fired.
And he'd be hired in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think it's time to look for a new coach.
And this is and let me tell you, 5 years.
And additionally, I would not. You know what would never figure into my thinking if I were running the Lions? What's happened the last 50 years.
No.
All that matters is what's happened since Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. When it comes to judging them, it doesn't make any sense to rope in and be influenced by what's happened the last 50 years when it comes to evaluating your people. If your ownership and you are maybe more motivated than ever because of what's happened the last 50 years, that's fine. And maybe you get tell your guys to be a little bit more aggressive for a one shot at this thing, because there's no question that sustainability is something that they're trying to maintain while competing for Super Bowls. However, and so that could be a reprogramming of Brad Holmes, perhaps, is a talk that you need to have if you're ownership. But he would, if Brad Holmes sat down and talked to you about, well, these are the moves we could have made, and here's what would have cost us. I think we might think differently, but he's never going to do that.
No.
But I would love to know. Now, as far as Campbell's concerned, is it time to start looking for a new coach?
No.
Hell no.
No. You know, you can look at the coordinator things. I'd like to see them bring in a different offensive coordinator.
Well, yeah, I think in the best world, Dan Campbell's not calling plays. Somebody.
Yes.
Now, do I think Dan Campbell's a good play caller? I actually think he is pretty good.
Yeah.
But I would prefer that he didn't have to do it.
Yes.
And I think he'd probably prefer it too. Otherwise, he would have been calling plays all along.
By the way, college football note, DJ Lagway is entering the portal.
Quarterback of Florida, new coach.
Yes.
I mean, it's not surprising.
That's a LSU written all over it or no?
Could be. Could be. Let's go to Bob in Grand Rapids. You're next. Hi, Bob.
Well, I was just trying to look up quickly what Dan Campbell's record is in Detroit. I think he's 47-34-1. That's pretty good. I mean, for 5 years, considering his first year was terrible. He's had, 1, 2, 3, potentially 4 winning seasons in a row. So, I'm not going to fire Dan. But my champ would be Michigan basketball. My jump would be – I just don't like the NFL referees. I mean, they're really poor at this time. And I went into yesterday's game thinking that we would have to beat not only the Rams and the refs, and I know this isn't a ref game. I'm not saying that it was. That play at the 1 yard line would not change anything if they would have ruled it, whatever. But I'm just saying every team has holding calls, and we never seem to get them at critical times. That's all I'm going to say about that. But
it's easy to get frustrated when you're losing a bunch of games and look at the margin for error and how much, like, because, you know, it is what it is.
I know. Look, I know we only got 4 penalties on us and they only got 1, but it just seems that it just seems like Detroit always has to beat other things besides the team that they're playing.
Okay.
But what I was going to say, though, is let me quickly say this before you guys move me on is, I think there's a path to win the division still, and I know you guys don't think this, but if we can go 3-0, both teams can go 1-2. I mean, both the Packers and the Bears could go 1-2. I mean, they both have difficult schedules. The Bears obviously.
There's one upset. You need one. Bob, thank you for the phone call. You need one upset, and that one upset is probably Baltimore over Green Bay.
Yeah,
if you can get that. And Chalk holds. And now with Micah out, maybe that's not as much of an upset as you think. It's weird because we need Green Bay to beat Chicago this week. Right. By the way, I wanted to ask him if he's going to play the ref card. There's some Maryland basketball fans in my world who believe that the refs certainly helped Michigan on Saturday night with the 2 players leaving the game or whatever. One of them got hurt, but, you know. Well, the refs had nothing to do with that. No, I know, but they had to do with there was the one ejection. Yeah, I mean, like I said, ref calls and ref shows could be done after just about every game. Yep. 248-539-9797. Demetrius is in Detroit and next. Hello, Demetrius.
How you doing today?
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was calling, man, because one of the concerns we were talking about the offense and the defense, and one of the main things that stood out to me is defensively. Last year, having Aaron Glenn, who was a cover corner in his lifetime with our defensive line being depleted, his scheme with Kirby and Branch out there made it to where we were one of the best teams in the league at interceptions, which made up for the pressure that we couldn't get. Having such a depleted line, they maxed out at what they did. By the time we got to the playoffs, played Washington, I believe that the turnovers that Goff caused in the beginning with the defensive line being depleted put us in a hole that just made it to where, okay, now you're making this team that's been depleted and flourishing on one end to make up for what we didn't have that cost us. This year, what bothers me with our new defensive coordinator is this. Scheme-wise, pre-snap, there is absolutely no movement with the defense, and we've been stuck in this man coverage with now our man coverage or our DBs being our weakness. They never try to change.
Demetrius, you got to wrap it up quickly. We're up against a break.
Okay. Like I said, for me, it's just scheme. Offensively, Jared Goff, I get the calls that Campbell is making, but those games where we were short on or getting less yardage on rushing, Those were games that when Jared Goff was under pressure.
All right, we're out of time, Demetrius, but thank you. The fact is, defensively, the ask isn't that much. It's 1 or 2 more stops a game in a big game. They got him against Dallas, and they forced 5 field goals against Dallas, not in the Rams game. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
The Celtics this year have a 15-10 record, but they're favored by 2 points over the Pistons tonight. That game gets started at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:35. We're still waiting for an update on Amik Robertson's hand injury. The Lions corner left yesterday's loss to the Rams early and was seen in a sling/brace after the game. The Red Wings announced a roster move today. They called up left winger John Leonard from the Grand Rapids Griffins while sending down Eric Gustafson. Leonard has been lights out for the Griffins in the AHL so far this year. leading the league with 19 goals and ranking second with 29 points. He's helped the Griffins to a league-best 22-1 record. The Wings return home from a 6-game road trip tomorrow against the New York Islanders. And Michigan State football is set to hire a new defensive line coach. Winston DeLatibo-Dare has spent the last few years as the D-line coach with the Arizona Cardinals. He was highly coveted by numerous collegiate power conference programs, but chose East Lansing to work under his former defensive coordinator Joe Rossi, who coached the standout D-lineman when he was at Minnesota in 2018 and 2019. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mike Stone in for a Gator today, 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. And phone numbers, feedback, both to the same number. Tweets at DougandGator971. Posts on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you very much for participating in the show. Any way you choose. Here we go. Is it safe to assume Hutch hasn't been the same since the injury and won't be? I don't know if I'd say won't be.
I mean, you can. I don't know if one has anything to do with the other. We don't know that.
No.
He just hasn't been as productive. He made one spectacular play yesterday, and he was in Stafford's face a couple of times. But look, no matter what you think of Aiden Hutchinson, I like the guy a lot, obviously. He has been disappointing this season.
Well, what if I told you he's trending to have a career high in sacks? I mean, look, I know that I don't think he is having a great year, but I mean, I don't know that how bad it is. He's 2 sacks away from being having his career high, tying his career high, and
if you're just into the stats, then okay, that's great.
Well, I'm not just into the stats.
I don't mean you. I mean, I'm talking about you as other people.
I expect more. Let me be clear. I do expect more.
They haven't,
but the level of disappointment,
he hasn't been as impactful as he should.
Well, what he was trending to be last year, he looked like he was going to have a 20-sack season.
Right,
so he doesn't look like he's as good as he was a year ago.
No.
He's not having the same kind of year. That is something that I think this does look like a step back. Now, it might be his best year statistically ever, but last year he was trending to be much better than this.
By the way,
fair enough.
See where the old man Brandon Graham had 2 sacks last night?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Scott writes in, my champ is Ferris State football. The Bulldogs take on Harding next week for another Division II national championship. My chump is me. I decided Saturday would be a good time to take the family to Bronner's Christmas store in Frankenmuth. Oh, the humanity.
Wow.
I was fearful of making a Target run Saturday afternoon, thinking what Target would be like. Mm-hmm. I can't even imagine what Bronner's was like.
God, probably the lines were probably out the door, literally.
Yeah, I would say that that's quite possible. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ray and Romulus. Hi, Ray.
Oh, man. Here we go. How you doing, guys? Let's have a couple of things here. You mentioned about Brad Holmes and making changes. I don't think he's addressed the defense good enough. Yeah, he made some changes, but they were worthless changes. And the secondary is never going to be able to do anything if our front seven can't get to the quarterback. I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. We continue to dance around it. Lean McNeil, that's the worst signing I've ever seen. Derek Barnes, that's another signing that I just don't understand. Marcus Davenport, every play, he was 10 yards back in the secondary getting smashed by the offensive lineman. That was just ridiculous what he was out there doing. And then additionally, Dan Campbell, what was that play call when we settled for a field goal instead of trying to – it was a third down play. He went for a running play right up the middle, and it seemed like he was settling for a field goal to take the 3 points instead of going for 7.
Well, which part of the game? Which part of the game are we talking?
This was the last play before
the half.
No. The fourth quarter when the Rams got the ball when we were driving and we had a chance to. It was a third down play and we ran it right up the middle and kicked the field goal. The play that we kicked.
It was third and 11. It was third and 11. Yeah, where they ran the draw.
It ran it right up the middle. Didn't even try to get a first down. I mean, I didn't understand that. I mean,
I'm not sure that play wasn't changed at the line of scrimmage, Ray, but it's a valid question.
Maybe we'll ask Goff that tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, please, because once again, these running plays right up the middle, guys, we have no strength. We did not attack the edges again. It just confused me when we don't attack the edges. We don't do crossing routes. We don't stretch the
they
field.
do crossing, right?
No,
They could do quite a bit of crossing.
And look, they're throwing the ball a lot, longer now than they have before. Here's
And
the
they took
here's
multiple
the,
deep
here's
shots.
Here's the other thing. There was 7:58 left when Bates hit that field goal. You're down 10. You're going to need that field goal anyway, you think, so you might as well take it then, and so you run and play a safe play just in case. I don't suspect that was the play call. If I recall correctly, that felt like it got changed at the line of scrimmage, but maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they saw a look where they thought this is gonna spring. But look, I thought they had quite a few deep shots. Yeah.
And they did run crossing routes.
Well, J-Mo had that.
J-Mo had that one. There was
right in his
another one.
hands.
There was another one that was clearly called where Goff lined up to let it go, and it wasn't there, and he checked it down.
Right.
But you could see he took the deep drop, the 7-step drop, wound up, and then hesitated and checked it down. So I think some of those plays were called, and they throw quite a few crossing routes, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know where that complaint's coming from. But his point about the defense is fair. The offense, I mean, you can complain about calls offensively, but the offense scored 34, and they're consistently scoring in the 30s. Like, overall, the offense is not an issue. And they missed a field goal.
You know what really pissed me off was at the end of the half.
When they gave up the field goal?
Yeah, when they gave up the field goal. DJ Reed, I know he stumbled. He was horrific. You talk about somebody who has not played well since he got injured. He was really good up until when he got hurt. Since he's come back, he has been bad.
I hope that it's a health issue and that he will get healthier down the stretch here, because I still think he could be an asset.
Yeah.
But the Lions, even in spite of yesterday and the Rams, what they did, the Lions still lead the NFL in points scored.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 248-539-9797. Eugene and Canton, you're next. What's up, Eugene?
Yeah, how y'all doing? I think the chump is the ref to let the tight end, Ram tight end. His right knee was on the 3rd-yard line, and he should have been down in, shouldn't he?
Should have been down at like the 1-yard line or maybe the 2-yard line, but you really think they were going to stop them from scoring first and goal from the 2?
Oh, no. But and the champ is J-Mo. Didn't he catch 2 touchdowns?
He had a big game. He's really been good since. But he's been really good since he's come back. He had one touchdown.
I don't know if it was y'all or the person in front of y'all was